What is going on, YouTube world? He's Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast. I don't know if we're on number 15 or 16. I think 16, maybe 14. I don't know. Somewhere in there. So, last week we sort of went over what we're thankful for. Again, that can be multi-episodic as well, because as much as those conversations get derailed, it's a good derailment because you're this week, first off, we are sponsored by Coors Light. Tap into the Rockies for a cold Coors Light.
I don't know. The mountains are losing blueness as we speak. I guess I need to drink it faster. On a side note, maybe I need to drink less because did you ever go read my comment on last week's?
I didn't. No, I read your comment on my comment to your recent video.
Evening, Paul. Evening, guys. No, it was. It was one.
First hour were good. Then
usually.
Then the wheels start to wiggle and wobble, and then.
Yeah, the wheels come off.
Well, that's the second hour. When we get to like the second to third hour, what's up, Vinny, and what's going on, Paul?
But no, it was one of those in which because we were talking about having Michael, this film not yet rated, come on like episode 52.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, well, why do we want to wait until 2022 to have him on? Thinking 26 weeks in a year, and you were like, I think your math's wrong. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I started thinking, I'm going, man, because of the week that it was, normally we get paid on Thursdays. Mm-hmm. But since Thursday was Thanksgiving, we got paid on Wednesday. So my mind was on like paydays. So I get paid every other Thursday. So I have 26 pay periods every year. So I had to go back and comment. I'm going, man, maybe I need to drink more, drink less. I don't even remember what it was.
I think all beer does that to me. Anything, I think.
I was getting ready to say, Dave, I don't think that there's anything that goes in your body that doesn't cause really bad flatulence.
I think if I had a steady diet of communion wafers, I'd smell up a toad. I mean, it wouldn't matter. There's no hope for my rectal region. But yeah, we can go on and on about like what we're thankful for, because again, during this year of just, I won't say incredible downs, but there's been lots of valleys, lots of constant, continuous valleys. But again, you usually hit, or we've hit some jumps or some peaks, or at least some upward trends before going back down into the cavern or the canyon. We can go on with that for, again, multi episodes too, but tonight we'll go back to pet peeves, because again, we're good at being curmudgeons. It's gonna be some burping tonight. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That Coke is horrendous. So that those burps will be noticeable and frequent until I can get to my other clear herb beverages. And
are you actually able to type, or is it going to cause issues?
I'm hoping to have someone in at some point, maybe two people. I don't know though. And it just one of them, their phone was garbage, so their work phone, he just texted me on that, so I sent the link on there, and I sent the other one. I sent a couple of them out just to, again, I like integrating. I told Steve this too, and I'll tell anyone, I like getting people, and again, I don't like to even talk about myself positively on here. I just don't. But I mean, I've been one that's been here for 10 years. Most of the time for 10 years. I mean, there's been a little glitch here and a glitch there where I'm out. for a month or so, but I've been on here watching people commenting, trying to interact, form friendships. So I mean, I know the old guard like Steve, Michael, Sicktifer, Fight on 5-2, James when he comes in here, Hudson fan, if he would ever jump on Micah, I've seen him in here before. Bart, the PSA guy when he was USAF 91,
Something like that. Yeah.
back when he was before the PSA guy, but still a big 49er collector. We knew him back then. Still, I mean, it wasn't nothing's really changed there.
All-Star Jersey Shop, also
Yep.
now known as Card Cave Central. Mick? I won't call Mick one of the old guards, but he was still around even before I kind of took a major hiatus. He stopped in last week.
Yeah, he was in like that sort of that second wave with like Stoddy Boy, who was on commenting a month or so back. Ben, yo, show your hits. I think James was more in that Fight on 5-2. You had a Good Call 6. Matt was in there. Man from Spokane, Lynn was sort of in that group. Worm Burner, Andrew was in that group. But I mean, you had a lot. You had like the 2008 guys like Paul Smith, Dazzler, Adam J, Ryan, RBI Crew. You had those guys, Sevens, Chad Caldwell, Thundering 24. I won't ever forget him because he doesn't do much on here anymore. But again, he's got the family, he's got the job. Again, you sort of have to prioritize and manage your time as we get older and more adult responsibilities get put on us. But I like having people from each, I won't say generation, but
call it iteration. Maybe an iteration is a better word.
Yeah.
Just because even now we've seen an influx of the investor type individuals more so than what we have in the past. So I think iteration may be a better definitive definition. And even look at some of the newer individuals. You've introduced me to a lot of people. I'm horrible with names, as you very well know. It takes me about 15, 20 times before I actually attribute names to people.
Username.
You were always Josh Johnson, the Josh Johnson guy for the longest time. And that's just me. I've always been terrible with names. Don't ever take it as an insult by any stretch of the imagination. And it takes me longer to affix somebody's actual name to their username. And that's just, the way it's always been, unfortunately. But at the same time, look at me. So for the record, everybody, my name is actually Steven. However, most everybody has always called me Steve. Most people, okay, I won't say most people. A lot of people have asked, what do I prefer? And to be honest, I don't have a preference. I've never had a preference. All my Canadian coworkers call me Steve. It's just one of those things. So did they?
Tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon at like 2:45.
Was that the Baltimore game that was already rescheduled or whatever?
We scheduled like 2 or 3 times.
The only thing that drives me nuts from a name perspective, like I said, you can call me Steve, you can call me Steven, you can call me Bronco. My gamer tag on Xbox is Bronco 79. Now I haven't gamed in I can't tell you how long. So I mean, a lot of people know me as Bronco, and that's fine too, or Bronc. I'm very open to a lot of names, and I've answered to worse, of course. I am married. So for all you married folks out there, you can relate or have significant others. But since, this is about pet peeves, although it's not pet peeves in the hobby, so to speak, I can't stand it when people spell my name with a PH. I am not a PH. I am not Stefan. And I know that that would be an insult to somebody named Steven that's a PH because it's said Steven. But to me, it's spelled like Stefan. And I can't tell you how many times in my years with my organization that I've had to correct people. I was like, hey, just FYI, and I'll spell it out correctly. Please do not call me Stephen with the PH. Don't do it. It offends me. And I know that may seem petty, but it offends me because that's not how my name is spelled. And in corporate America, that's one of those, it falls in lines with a bias without realizing it. It's an unintended bias, but it is a thing. And it's no different. I have, one of my employees, her name is Sandra. That is her legal name. And I called her that for the longest time until she said, please call me Sandy. I'm like, hey, easy enough, easy fix. And it's one of those, I know it seems petty and it may seem like a far stretch, but at the same time, it would be no different than, me calling you David, not knowing if your name was David or not. I know it's not, but you wouldn't like it if I called you David because that's not your name. It would be an automatic assumption that I thought that your name was David. You just prefer to go by Dave.
Yeah. Or Davey or whatever.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's a little. Now, if you were, 10, 11, 12 years old, maybe just to be a jerk, but,
we're out in the woods with coonskin caps on and
Davey.
trying to kill chipmunks or squirrels or something, then that's acceptable. I mean, pretty much anybody would call me that then, but yeah. I get that. What about, and I'll ask, and I hope people don't call because it's just something that, again, on my mind, because I did the same thing with like Davey. I'm sure, has anybody ever called you Stevie? I'm
No.
not, it's like, okay, I was gonna say, unless somebody getting like a good friend that really wanted to get your gold that like, oh.
Now, my first wife on occasion would call me that, in the cute little subtle voice. But that's different, that was more situational. I would hope that people would mess up Archer. However, I will say, so for those who don't know, my last name is Kret. It's 4 letters. Okay. It is not 5. I was called Crete forever in a day. And I had my art teacher in elementary school. I'm going like way back here, folks. His name was Mr. Hensel. Okay. Go figure. Hensel, pencil, art teacher. Back in elementary school, you had to take art. It was one of the things that you had art, music, PE. I mean, it was just a thing.
Yeah.
At least when I was in school. I don't know where it is everywhere else. He had my sister. My sister and I went to the same school district. We were 5 years apart, but he taught my sister. And he did the same thing to her. This could be like the baby bassinet. And I flat out told him, even as a young kid, I've gotten a lot more outspoken in my old age. Go figure, because that usually happens. But I flat out told him, I was like, for the last time, my last name is Kret. It is not Crete. Quit adding an extra E to my last name. And he kind of gave me one of those looks. I'm like, you're being disrespectful. And ever since that moment, never messed it up.
Yeah, and there's times when you have to go in for like a bank statement or whatever, and I've got a account through work through a different bank, so I'll ask like, what's the last name? It's like Archer. And they're like, how do you spell that? I'm like, just how it sounds. Like you're going with a bow and arrow. You're an archer, Archer. I mean, it's not like some of these, not to throw any shade at anybody, but it's like the African, like some of these guys from the basketball. I'm like I'm trying to think the guy from Kansas. He's like a defensive player of the year, I think. He got drafted at the end of the first round this year, but it's like there's like an Abazuni Abajigwe or something. I'm like, it's not something like that where you'll screw it up because again, it's just not something you've heard. It's something archers something you should have heard at some point in time.
Oh, geez, I'm leaving.
Hockey talk.
I'm retiring. Everybody, I'd like to introduce you to the newest co-host of the Insert Revolution. This is Bob Lewis taking over for me permanently as of right now. It's been fun, guys. Have a good evening. No, just kidding. How's it going, Bob?
It's good to see you. All right, man. Yeah. It's good to just sort of unwind and talk hobby, talk shop. One of those days at work where, yeah, I look forward to just some downtime to
So you joined the most random podcast.
Is it Pet Peeve Night?
It is Pet Peeve Night. That is on the docket. We will eventually get to it, I think. Since we talk about stuff or things and stuff, and then on occasion stuff and things, we'll see.
I mean, I have valuable stuff to add. I feel like I do.
You being here is valuable. I mean, come on, Bob.
Yeah. I mean, I am a Hall of Famer. Let's put it out there, you know.
So am I in my own right.
You are. TD Hall of Famer.
I'm old school Hall of Fame.
That's right. You were Hall of Fame before it was cool.
There you go. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Uh-huh.
And then there's this guy.
It's like the usual cast of characters.
Always. Yeah. And that's what makes it fun and enjoyable.
It's actually a patch. I don't know where it's at. It's back there somewhere, resting. Just got it back from the cleaners.
You need to wear a national without anything underneath. You just need to have the vest on.
Just shirtless with the vest.
Like a bandana too, or something.
An American flag bandana, most likely. Yeah, I can pull it off.
I know you can. I just want to see it.
I enjoyed the national. For me, partly it was. I'm going to be there 3 days. I have to have at least 6 shirts that were created just for the national. So I got my Don Mossy shirt. I got my freaking Harold Baines shirt, and a couple others at my Gem Mint 11, which are.
At some point, your Insert Revolution shirt.
Yeah, when is it coming?
When we have it designed.
I mean, that's not a design. It just says, just vinyl lettering. That's all you need.
No, if we're gonna do this, we got to do it right.
All right. Okay. No, I can't argue with that.
We could have one that just is even more generic than that. Just have Insert Revolution podcast and letters, and on the back have Tuesday nights, and then have the time actually spelled out. People
you should have it like how a ransom person sends a letter, just like cutouts of other letters from magazines and like piece it together.
And then have blood, because that's what happens when you're listening to your ears.
It's like we've taken the podcast hostage and the podcast format hostage, and we're doing what we want with it. I enjoy the show, all 3 to 5 hours of it. I don't know what it is. I've been watching more, probably because I've been doing a lot of sorting, and it's just nice to have something on that I don't have to keep changing between videos. I don't use the watch later function in YouTube, so it would just create a playlist that would keep playing. But I've been digging longer, more the interviews, 30, 45-minute videos. Podcast stuff is it's been good. A lot going on, a lot to talk about. I don't get into the whole. I find it interesting, the PSA, acquisition and all that jazz. How people's thoughts on how it'll affect the hobby and just the everyday collector. It's interesting to think about. But I don't do my own research. You know what I mean? I just kind of take what I hear from people that I have a voice that I sort of trust or can relate to. So
Yeah, I saw who Phil and Cardi C had about a 20
that was
minute
pretty
video
in-depth.
the other day, 20, 30-minute one, and
I mean, they're using like accounting, terms, and it's like I get it, but at the same, it was pretty high level stuff for me, anyways. But I got what they were saying. I mean, the one takeaway I had that sort of gave me pause was that million card backlog. That what's going to happen when those cards like hit the market. You know what I mean? Slabs are going to be like a dime a dozen.
Well, for something like that, it's one of those in which, from a business perspective, it's business as usual.
Yeah.
So the company I work for now, I was the acquiree, and then I've been involved with those that we were the acquisitioner.
Yeah, right.
And for something of that substantial, it's business as usual, typically for 12 to 18 months, anyways.
Yeah.
So to be honest, and this is my own personal opinion, I work for a private I work for a private company now. We were public and then they brought us private. So this is the first time I can say I have any experience of working with a private company of this stature, I guess, if you want to call it stature. It just, it's one of those things. Early on, I don't think you're going to see anything. And this is me personally, because they have to figure out a bunch of things and, the structure and everything else. There's a lot of opportunities and a lot of benefits to being private because you're not handcuffed to some of the regulations and everything else.
Yeah, there's expectations that consumers can have unreasonable expectations of you.
So you're no longer in it for your stockholders.
Right.
You're in it for the business and what can you do in order to increase your business, because the fact that it's also an investment, company, an investment firm, at some point, they're going to want to make a return on that investment, whatever that means, whether they sell off bits and pieces or they do some stuff as a private company that they couldn't do as public to then go public again and then ultimately sell it for a profit.
Google.
I mean, there's always those things that can transpire. So it's hard to know for sure. And, I can only speak from, my organization perspective. And there was a lot of concerns going private, but we found out the reasons as to why. Did it work? No. So we ended up going back to the old way, which is fine. It's just one of those, you take off the handcuffs of being that public company and you can do a lot of things as a private entity. So
yeah, it'll be interesting. I just actually signed up for their base level service just to take advantage of some bulk order. I think that's it's kind of where I'm at in my hobby journey, ready for my next submission. 30-40 card deal. I like that you don't have to pay until it pops, so it's like 8 months from now. I mean, that you could get in a bind if you didn't prepare, but
yeah, I was going to say if it pops at the wrong time.
Right. Yeah, so save some of that income tax, put that aside for a PSA order, or hurry up and sell something.
Nothing wrong with that though either.
Yeah, I need to move some stuff, and I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. Because it would be like the idea in my head would be like to have like set up almost like an online store. I mean, through Facebook or some kind of social media outlet where people can just kind of scroll through albums of cards and really just like you first to comment sold kind of gets it deal, but just not ready to, I don't have the time to like set all that up type of thing. And so then I think maybe you do like at a live auction. But I think the stuff that I'm selling, the stuff that I feel like is good, here's a 95 Fleer Ultra Rod Smith rookie, right? I think that's his only rookie card. But, and that's, I don't know, is this gradable? Like, should I send this in to get graded because it's a rookie and it comes back at 9 or a 10? Then it goes from a $1 or $2 card to $20, $30, $50 card and 10. I don't know. James Ferrier rookie Ultra. Like, these are good cards. And I thought kind of like maybe to
you could bundle stuff though.
Bundle stuff, like these are like almost starter kits for people that maybe missed out on just like solid player rookie cards throughout an era, not Hall of Famers, but Hall of Very Good.
Well, and that's the thing, it's you would have to find your style and figure out what kind of works best for you.
It's just trying to get the target who I'm selling to be aware of it, because I know there's a market there. I just don't know how to reach them.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. I mean, you have a YouTube channel. I mean, you have how many subscribers?
It's like 690, I think.
Okay, and I wasn't trying to get specifics.
Yeah.
But you sit there, you make a video. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Put out the suggestion at least at a minimum. Get the feedback of those that you respect their opinion and everything else.
Around and done this before, yeah.
And just see where it leads you. And there's people who do pretty well if they go live on Facebook. I mean, you don't have to do it on Facebook, for instance.
No, right.
What's going on, Joey? You can do it on StreamYard. You can go live on YouTube if you wanted. Set your time limit, get an idea, bundle your stuff. Like you said, there's a lot of people who, like you alluded to, who could have missed out on the 90s from a rookie class perspective.
Yeah. Do you have your Marshall Faulk rookies? Do you have your Marvin Harrison rookies? Like that. That's the era. Even basketball. That's really what I've been selling. A lot of those guys I collected in the 90s are now retired, and some of them are getting Hall of Fame recognition. Iverson, I think Ray Allen's coming up. Paul Pierce, I've been digging out my Paul Pierces to try to, his market's going to start to rise, in my opinion, as he gets closer to Hall of Fame. Ray Allen, like those guys, people will be looking for them, and I want to have them ready to go because I don't have any attachment to those anymore, except Shaq. Shaq's like the last guy I'm holding on to.
But like I said, you bundle it together. Hey, this is a rookie lot of A, B, C, and D. And you start your bidding at a reasonable price, do your research.
Yeah.
But at the same time, for live auctions, you have the ability to set a reserve just like you would on eBay.
Yeah, let's start it.
Different. You can say, I'll start everything at $1, but there are certain things in which I have a reserve on it. Yeah. And you just let them know that, hey, this has a reserve, and if it meets it, great. If it doesn't, then, oh well, we'll move on.
Yeah. I've had you got to have like short-term memory loss sometimes when you're selling stuff because it's been a crazy year to kind of take advantage of volatile markets, Sometimes I've won and sometimes I've lost. So,
and that's
all right.
That's the nature. Game. Yeah, that's the nature of it all. And Vinny, I just read your comment, but here's the thing, and that's why I'm not a fan of the whole Facebook thing, just because you have that possibility to where you could have somebody come in that you don't know. The whole objective, to a certain degree, is you want people to be able to vouch for you. If you go way back in the days of blog TV, and this, Dave knows exactly what I'm talking about. You go into a room they're doing mystery packs or they're doing breaks or anything along those lines,
Mhm.
and you have somebody was like, hey, I'll take a spot or a Raz or anything along those lines. Yeah, I'll take 2 spots or whatever. And most of the people in that group, it's like, hey guys, can anybody vouch for this guy? I've never seen this individual. They've never joined my stuff. I'm looking for somebody who can vouch, because you don't want to run the risk of sitting there trying to sell something and you get screwed.
Yeah. But I mean, really, I looked up. So it's probably here. Okay. So here's a buyback 99 SP Authentic Champ Bailey autograph, hand numbered 166 of 426, right? Okay. That's a cool card, Hall of Famer autograph buyback. It's probably only like a $18 to $22 card. I think I had so that helps to do my own research to kind of have my expectations. I was looking at, like, I wanted to get an autograph card of kind of like the 70s Steelers, like the named players, So I just even looking, starting at Joe Green and Jack Lambert, their autographs are like between 125 and 175, which isn't. I don't know. I think I was expecting it to be more. So that's been something that I've been kind of peeking at lately, putting a few on my watch list. I think that would be. There's that Greats of the Game, Fleer Greats of the Game. It just, the cards look so sweet in the autograph form.
Oh, here's experience of collecting Hall of Fame. I do. There's not a whole lot of money going into Hall of Fame players. Now you tell me there's a like Willie Lanier.
Right.
No one's gonna pay big money for Willie Lanier other than people like me, because I think it's more history of the game. Everyone's chasing rookie stuff. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Hall of Fame stuff. I mean, everything is on the rise, but there is no love for Will Shields and Willie Rofe. Too bad.
Right.
Good for me, but too bad for everyone else that doesn't realize.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame player to me. I talk to Panini guys every year, and I tell them to get these guys in there. Will they listen to me? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I always ask them to get those aging Hall of Famer players in there. They got in my Hall of Fame set just now. They got Gil Branton. That was.
I don't even know that name, so that's probably pretty obscure for you. Like a pretty sweet pickup.
Well, I still haven't got it yet because they're running. Normally, these kind of cards run 40, 50-ish.
Okay.
It's been consistently, when everyone goes up, it goes. Some have been over 100, between 80 and 120. So, but it's a cowboy. So that's also makes a difference on why the prices are so high. But there also is a better. As soon as these sets come out again in a new product, they jump up. As far as collecting this set that I'm collecting, there's to get. I paid like $65 for a Willie Rofe, but because it was special. But there's not a whole lot of other Willie Rofe cards that are going to gain that kind of price. And it's sad. I mean, it's fine. It's good for me, but
Jonathan Ogden. What's his market like?
I picked Ogden. The Ogden came in, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and I think I picked it up less than $40.
Yeah.
And for me, growing up watching Ogden, and of course I'm a offensive lineman fanatic. I couldn't get any. I just got Russ Grimm in today.
Nice.
Russ Grimm, any of his other cards, you can be an impeccable card. It's not going to $20-$30 or something like that.
What do you look for when you're buying an Hall of Fame autograph? Like, are they all from one specific set or just different years?
For right now, I collect the Spectra Hall of Fame set.
Okay.
All skinny autos, or all skinny thin cardstock 35 point. on card, shiny, everything works for me. And it's an epic set now because it's into like the 150, 160 cards.
What, it's like an ongoing set?
Yeah, it started in 20.
Oh, no way. I didn't know that. I don't know much about Panini, so this is a learning.
Yeah, this is the one thing Panini did right, and they haven't been spectacular on getting the players to not smudge the autos.
I was going to say quality control.
Last 2 years, and that's because there was a switch in the leadership there, and I don't really their quality control people are not specifying to dry the card for like 20 seconds, just leave it sit. Players rush, sign it, rush, but it's whatever. But I've been collecting this set since 2014, but it came out.
Oh wow, I see what they look like. They are pretty sharp.
Yeah, in this set, there's 50 per, so it's not really a tragedy if you lose out to a few of them. They're not numbered like that. But there's a big following because it's something they did correctly for once, and I give them props. But
On card autos?
all on card.
Yeah, that's big.
Some are in black ink, which is like the player didn't follow instructions again. But for the most part, it's blue ink on card, thin card stock, the 35 point.
There's a John Hanna on there right now. Go $7.45 with 41 minutes left.
It will jump up because like the renewed interest because Spectre just came out. It will probably end up $30-$40, but that's not even a new one. That's an older one.
Yeah, I see a Kurt Warner for about $80. Buy it now.
Yeah,
That's cool.
the biggest one I think I paid for was Montana 49ers uniform. It was like $230. I got the Jim Brown for a steal for like $120.
Wow.
Right place. But yeah,
Do they double like will there be a Montana and Chiefs?
It's already
will they do that? They will.
Yep, it's already been there. Except for like the quality control on that Montana Chiefs card. Hey Michael, is it was the same thing with smudgy. Some of them, not all of them are, but you get
what you're gonna do.
You know, it is what it is. But since I collect this set, when this set will give me a few cards every year because they keep on continuing it with the new Hall of Famers. But then I can start collecting the Hall of Famers that have been deceased already. And yeah, there's a bunch right there. Dwight Stevenson, nice. Awesome. But yeah, Dan Deerdorf and Champ Bailey, or is that
Darryl Green?
Champ Bailey's in the Broncos uniform on the sets right now, but they do different uniforms on. They started doing that, but once this set is caught up, because they started with 150 card checklist to start it. Well, people have been passed away, deceased, unable to sign, won't sign, like John Madden. If a John Madden ever came out, which it won't happen, you're guaranteed that card would probably be the most expensive Hall of Fame card. It'd probably be $3,000 plus. Wow. Because he only has 50 autographs in any kind of product. I think that's
it's super limited.
It's very, very limited.
Same with like Al Davis. I mean, those two guys you try to find them, and Lyle Alzado, even though he's not a Hall of Famer. You got the fan base, and then you got ultra scarcity. Yeah. that plays into it. But I mean, yeah, Madden and Al Davis have nothing. And I think my buddy Kenny did win the lottery. I don't know how many years ago, and I think that was one of his big purchases was an Al Davis cut autograph, where he's a absolutely huge Raiders fan. So,
well, the other person that we've been trying to get for years, and he just doesn't care about cards and never will anymore, is Lynn Swan.
Oh,
and it's just a shame. I would love to have a Lynn Swan card, and what I'm gonna have to do is go buy a different one if he never does that. So, but yeah, so what I'm gonna do is collect this set till it's caught up, do a few every year, but then I can start picking out the guys that are not in the set that have been passed away. I'm gonna try to get a massive one card, if they have a card, Hall of Fame autograph. Some are going to be easier than others. But that's what I plan on doing.
That's cool.
Every card I get here is a new player for me, so it already marks one off the checklist.
Nice.
So that's what I'm working on. It's like almost like the side project of I just leave it and don't even think about it. I don't want to.
That's all I have is side projects. I feel like
everybody does. I'm sure Dave is the same way. He's got a million side projects going on. No?
Way too many.
No, I was talking about me.
When his camera pans back, it's just like stacks of cards everywhere.
That's what I think. I have my whole desk is just full of what things I always plan on doing something and I just never do it. I get like halfway through. I'm like, oh,
right.
That's fine. That's what
I was going to say. I did bring another box out from the closet like I did last week and started, just going through random stuff. So, first day issue. Boo! It's hockey.
What's wrong with hockey?
That's Steve's favorite sport.
That's pretty.
I love watching hockey. I'm not collecting hockey in any sort of fashion, but the Red Wings is the only thing I get up here, and I absolutely in it. Even though they're I still love watching them.
Okoye,
and then this is probably one of my favorite football sets. 84 tops.
I was going to say 84 tops.
You guys know this dude, right?
Jim McMahon.
Oh yeah, like these are just fun cards, man. These are like great binder cards, Get the Herschel Walker.
There's one I bought, and again, I've looked at Brodeur stuff because, again, I've said it before. I don't want to look back 20 years from today, and for the last 10 years of like Brodeur upper deck inserts, let's say, again, even the retirement years, and it's something numbered 100 and numbered 25. I could have picked it up for like $20. 20 years from now, it's not regret. It's just the knowledge of right now. If I could go back 20 years, I know some of that stuff would still be expensive. It's not like the 97 UD Legends isn't going to be like $10 for a name or whatever like that. It's still going to be expensive. But then as soon as these new guys start popping, you had the Ichiro Pujols mania. You had all the football guys. You had Tomlinson and Vic. You had
Breeze.
Carson Palmer. Well, Breeze, but his stuff more so than the New Orleans. So he
I think Ben is still undervalued. Like I need to jump on some of his stuff. I know he's sort of a kind of a love or hate thing with Ben.
Yep,
it is.
Yeah, very polarizing.
But you look back and you're like, okay, during all those years, like when Palmer and Leftwich are coming out, Eli Rivers, Roethlisberger, if we had done sort of, Eric says it a lot, I say it a little with my collection.
Collect the set.
Digging Zag, go back and start picking up some of those inserts. And I mean, it's not like that Jambalaya Jordan was like $20, $30. I mean, it's always been an expensive card. It's just ridiculous now. But since we haven't all won the lottery yet, or I mean, like a good, healthy Mega Millions or a Powerball, you can't sit there and be like, well, I want to pick that up too, but I've got to pick this up because it fits the collection. But no,
Dave,
that one.
You know that I know it's in baseball and I think it's an EX product, but I think it's called a cut above, and the card looks like a metal blade. I love that set, man. Like I just want to get a player from that set.
He's got
TV has one.
I have it.
Like I think Shaq probably has one or something similar.
I'd imagine so.
I know that he's got like the Duncan Go Nuts. Like I don't think that's a cool card. I know it's rare insert, but like it doesn't do it for me really.
Mm-hmm.
The Jambalayas, dude, those are awesome. Those cut aboves are awesome.
What was the one Jack was in? It was a Fleer Ultra, like a Rebound King, like that, with the lightning.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Scoring Kings.
Scoring. Oh man, I love those. I mean, I'm not even a basketball collector in any sort of right, but man, are they awesome.
That's not going to do it justice, but
yeah, I mean, it's not like multi-layered technology where it's like, okay, dye on top of an acetate with like felt. It's just it's foil board, and it's perfect, and that's all you need.
Yeah.
But I digress from the conversation.
That's one of my favorites.
I jumped on this because again, my hockey knowledge is there. I know players. That's not a problem. Products and price points are always going to be something that's fluid. Jeremy on Sports Card Live was talking about Austin Matthews, and his young guns were, again, I don't even know what they go for now, raw, but I mean, graded, it's insane. But these were like, there you go for the cut above. They're so nice in person too. I mean, they're shiny.
Bob.
Yo. I got a question. Oh, there it is. Wow. Yep.
And that's my copy. It's just it's a bad picture.
But these things are numbered. Unlike the Young Guns, which I have no problem with, like people like Matt collecting the Young Guns, because again, it's an iconic rookie set that no other sport has.
Austin Matthews raw Young Guns best offer was accepted around $230, and I got one here for $189, $235. But in a 10, you're looking at almost $500.
And this, it's serial numbered $5.99 on the side there, right under the rookies. It was like under 25 shipped. So you know it's a finite amount. Again, it's not like, oh, I'm going to flip this. It's, okay, this guy has a chance to be fairly special. He already has the fan base for the Maple Leafs. And I think at times, and I know we're all in that mode where we can get ultra, like, no pun intended, but like really honed in on, I know Joey with the set and then Star. Again, those are big purchases. That's not like you're spending $10 on a Star patch or 25 on autos. You can sit there and divert funds to like a Charles Woodson auto, which you would love to get, but at the same time, some NT or Leaf Limited Star from like 03, 04, 05, 06 comes up, and you're like, oh crap.
My purchases no more. There's no more $80 Star autos out there. But yeah, if when I started doing this, my intentions were that. Then he exploded partly because it's my fault because I collect so hardcore. When I probably raised a lot of the prices on my own, but then I got competition. Multiple people have been collecting Star for a while now, and I just kind of fueled the fire. A lot of people have bailed on it too, so I mean, their loss is my gain. But there's a lot of competition because people realized Bart Starr class act. It wasn't any better. It's nothing like the players nowadays. If you look back in the 60s, so that's the reason why I kind of collect them. Some of these players nowadays, they're not for me. I still watch them, but they're just not for me. I don't like the class and showboat. I like the leadership qualities and the good person behind the player. That's what excites me about players. Guys like Randy Moss never like, I have a Randy Moss for the set, obviously, but it wasn't not me. You know,
what's a Moss auto go for these
me,
days? I need to add one of those to my collection. I don't have one of those.
Randy Moss cost like $180, and it was so it killed my soul. I just like.
So that just brings up an interesting point of like the collector in you had to get that card. Regardless of like, I don't. But you have, I know that there's people that I'm not going to buy that card just because it fits in this thing over here. I like that. You're the other side of it. Like I've got, completionist, and you got to get it because you need it. Whether you like it or not, it's there and it's part of it, and like you just accept it.
Well, there's that one thing also. Randy Moss, being the player and personality that he was, still doesn't mean to. It still means that he did great things on the football field. No doubt about it. A Hall of Fame player. I get that. It's just if he was a Hall of Fame player plus being a nice person and have a nice personality,
I think he's mended his image a little bit these days. Yeah, he was definitely contentious when he was. I mean, when he was going to the Niners, Tennessee, and he was a diva. I mean, let's be honest, that's what he was.
There's mostly of them are, but I was at the game where he mooned the crowd at Lambeau Field. I'm at that. I've never been more appalled in my life. I mean, I was literally insulted. I really don't get insulted by players a lot, but that was a jerk move, to put it nicely. So that kind of ingrained in, I don't know how old I was. I was probably in early 20s, and I'm like, no.
I mean, Vontez Burfict is that guy for the Steelers. Like, you can't look at him with any kind of like respect at all. Well, and that's probably true for maybe a lot of fans or a lot of teams, because it's just the kind of player he was. But
I don't think Randy Moss cheap shot at anybody. I just think he was just a diva, and that's not for me. I'm not a receiver guy whatsoever.
It's tough to argue. Like, give me the ball when he is that good. Like, you can't throw to Randy every play, but you could. If you wanted to, because he was gonna be as fast as he needed to be to like get to the ball. You know what I mean? Like, if it was in the area, he was gonna get it.
Well, here's what I've dealt with. I had Donald Driver, one of the nicest human beings on the planet, hardest working guy. Then I had Greg Jennings, which started out great, then talked a lot of crap about the Packers after he left. I'm like, okay, so
it's never good.
Am I going to collect more Donald Driver now, or am I going to collect more Greg Jennings? I have Greg Jennings cards, but
how's Jordy Nelson's?
Jordy Nelson class.
Is he's viewed as he's still respected by the Packers?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
He was just losing a step, and he got a big contract from the Raiders.
Yeah.
But he played a year, not even. After he left. But after that knee injury, he was never the same.
Mm-hmm.
The Packers don't have any animosity about getting rid of someone that's played really well for them before. We've had lineman TJ Lang go to the Lions and not do a darn thing there because he had a bad foot that just never would seem to heal.
Oh, wow.
We don't mind letting people go and getting their money. I say good for you. When we lost Desmond Howard to a huge contract to the Raiders, thanks for helping out. That's fantastic when you were here. I wish you would stay, but when the money talks,
the Steelers, that's Rod Woodson. Steelers, they bailed on Rod Woodson too early, and he would have been, I don't know, he would have been something special for the Steelers in that late 90s.
What, you went and played for the Ravens?
Yeah, he went to the Ravens, right. So he's still I know there are people that say he's a Steeler, you know what I mean? They don't even think of him as a Raven.
Oh, he's both in my set. I have two.
Yeah.
And Steeler, and
he should be. He should be in both.
I remember him Raven. So it doesn't bother.
That's where he got his ring, right? So
yeah. So yes, there's plenty of why you collect things, because and that's why I do what I do. You guys know Bart. He was talking about the fat boys, and Joe, you were mentioning it, like collecting linemen. I just kind of look at those cards differently now. I look at a Tony Baselli rookie, and I'm like, okay, that's a quality card. Here's a Strahan rookie. Oh yeah. See Strahan.
Cortez Kennedy. Who's that?
Yeah, Cortez.
Nice.
He's deceased, and he was supposed to be in the set, but never got to sign for the set. I was disappointed. Heartbroken. Yeah, there's just there's
Ty Law.
there's so many offensive linemen in this set. That's what kind of turns it off to people. They're like, oh, receiver, it's not a quarterback, it's not a running back. I'm not collecting that. That's the stuff I love the most when they have new, different linemen come out. When they said that the Russ Grimm out here, I was like, oh yes,
Nice.
you know, I can. There's
How often do they release like a new group of players?
every Spectra year, so we just
Okay.
But they also sprinkle in a few in any kind of stuff. We had stuff out of Panini One. We've had stuff out of Limited. We had stuff in Contenders before. We had stuff in NT before.
But it's all considered part of that, big Hall of Fame set. That's pretty cool.
It is the funnest thing I've ever done, and is the wisest. And I made a great friend just because of the set, which is an added bonus.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, the guy I talk to daily, and I don't know if you know Luke, but Luke, Drunk Trojan, daily.
Yep.
That guy has a collection that I can't even touch with a 10-foot pole. That guy has stuff on stuff, and one of the most trusted people I've ever met. But we only started talking to each other because we were bidding each other up.
Yeah.
And he was tired of it. He's like, no, I'm not doing this no more.
So there was a time in eBay when you could see who the other person, like you could almost, you almost knew you were, if you were going for a certain player and there's other guys out there collecting that guy, you're typically, like you said, trying to outbid each other.
Right. He was tired of it. And Michael Phillips introduced me and him and said, hey, this guy is collecting the set too. And and we finally contacted each other. He says, we got to work something out. And it's the best relationship we ever did. What we do, if a new one comes on today and we both need it, we just take turns. We don't,
Okay.
You bid on it, I bid on the next one. And we're excited to, if the other person gets a card they need. And
now, do they vary in numbering? Are they numbered?
Yep, all of 50.
They're all to 50. Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's some that's been non-numbered, and there's been a few. The Russ Grimm had a non-numbered. They just forgot to put the serial number on a few of these before, and it's happened before.
Huh.
Quality control stuff. But
yeah, sure.
But there's still only 50 copies of each card. So it's so when join forces like this, it was just like we're just as happy for each other to be up to date. We make it little competitions in there. Who can get last for this for this 10 cards coming out that just came out. We've had just fun stuff. We've done that. Every time I see one or I know where one is, instant message to them, and that turned into a great friendship. So I mean,
cool.
Bigger.
I love hearing stuff like that. I mean, I've got people that do the same thing for me. If I'm looking for like last year at the National, I had mentioned I was looking for a Walter Payton rookie, right? So people texted me throughout those 3 days that I'm there, just, hey, saw one here, saw one. And I love that. That's something I wasn't getting before I kind of inserted myself into this community. It's pretty cool.
Most definitely.
Yeah. That's the thing too, that people pick up on that and they realize it's not some shtick, that you're as odd as you say you are, Bob.
Exactly.
And that's with this sort of tying it into at least one pet peeve tonight. That's where, if you would have got that card that you had said this summer, you had texted me and we talked, and you're like, should I put this deal together to try to get this super card?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, that some of that stuff that the Dirk, I said leave that one out because that's going to be something that's going to pop. Everything else, and he didn't take it, which again is prerogative.
Sure.
But again, if you would have got that card, you wouldn't have been asking me, Jason, Mark, and someone else to like haul you around on like the old Macho Man, Randy Savage King's throne thing, like just around the National, and you like just showing off the card. Where I think, some people, again, no matter in this community or on just like a Facebook, or Instagram, whatever, they think that getting a card like that is status. It's not like you've got a Lamborghini. That's a cool car, but again, you can't drive it on a country road. That's where I want to go. I don't want to go on a freeway or the Autobahn. I want to go on a country road and explore where there aren't people.
Yeah.
Again, that's a pet peeve of mine where people think they get something that you should automatically, no matter if you like it, don't like it, or just like, hey, congrats, whatever. They think you should get a pat on the back, the principal's pat on the back, and like that should have a post like on Instagram. It should have 4,000 likes, like 800 comments, and YouTube you should have like 15,000 views in the video because you spent a bunch of money. Well, again, I'll get out the thimbles to measure your dick, but nobody cares. That's the thing. Nobody cares. If you're just like, hey man, in every video, every so often, you're like, man, I really want that Clemente rookie. My dad and I, we went to flea markets. We did this. We did that. We've looked for it. I mean, there's opportunities. We had to have it. Maybe sometimes something happened where we had to sell it. And eventually you pick it up. People know that you're genuine in your want for it because there's a story behind it instead of, I just like a certain player and I want the best card because, you know what, my wallet's that fat.
Well, I mean, in the right, just
looks you can minimize me.
That's the Russ Grimm. That's just
I love those. I mean, I know a couple of ones that you've got for what, like $14, $15 buy it now is like because people are just stupid. But I mean, when you show me those, I'm just like, oh,
I got for $14.99. $14.99. Buy it now. Never happen again.
I still remember that, and I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. You have to be kidding me.
I got the Larry Allen for $13 shipped. The Larry Allen, I mean, here's me, offensive lineman guy, you know, $13 shipped. Not even on eBay. It was through a Facebook group. You know, the guy says $12. I says, I'm gonna pay you goods and services. Let me pay you $13 to cover the fees. I don't even know what the fees would even be. But I'm just like, yeah. Give me that 10 times again. But you know, there's ones that I paid high on just because there was something special with the card, like just like that Willie Rofe I got. It had inscription of Hall of Fame 2019. That have never seen another one like that. So I have two of those kind of cards now. So I paid up on some of those. I paid up on the Brett Favre. It's kind of dropped quite a bit since I paid is what I did. I could have probably saved myself $50 or $60 if I didn't want to jump the gun, but it was a Packer I had, it's a Packer for the set. It kind of just stacks on stacks, you know. It's one that I want the most when Packers are on the set.
Well, then, for you and Luke, I know Luke's preference when he looks at the card, it has to meet his criteria. You have said in your videos, because I think is it Tomlinson? Tomlinson or somebody has like a real streaky auto.
It's Tomlinson and Jason Taylor for the other. Okay. It is so sad. Even some Terrell Davis. It's bad. And here's me. I have to complete. I have a really shitty Tomlinson. My Jason Taylor's not as bad. My Terrell Davis isn't perfect. But I'm always looking to, well, there's a better one. I can get on it. But see, here's with Luke. Luke will buy as many as he thinks it might have a chance. Because he wants to grade them. Now it's kind of changing the way the quality control has been. So I don't know what his future plans are. Plus, BGS grading for him and for anybody right now is too terribly overpriced. I'm going to still send stuff in there, but it's going to be very, very selective. And the money he spent alone on grading just that set, not his Super Bowl set, is astronomical. It is crazy. But he loves gold bars, and I love gold bars. I don't know if I can buy multiples of different cards. One's good enough for me. And I bought ones where it upgraded, and I sold the other one afterwards. It's okay for me. So, but if there was one, and I've done this, I wouldn't do this for anybody else, that's doing the set. But he was looking for 9, 5, 10 stuff. I says, here, Luke, take a couple examples of mine, see if they make the grade. And I believe he got my Steve Largent to grade a 9, 5, 10, which he was having trouble with. I don't care. As long as I have a card and it has a nice auto, I'm good with it. I said, it's yours. I purchased a James Lofton Packer one right off of eBay. It was already graded 9, 5, 10. And what I did for him is I sent him that card, and he gave me the raw version he was going to try to submit. I don't do that for any other sets people that I know is doing it. I'll only do that for him, And he's, he's done millions of things for me too. It's a two-way street. And like it turned out, like I said, it started out being stop overbidding me into something that turned out to be the coolest thing that you could ever, every step of the way in the last 6 years is the most exciting, the most fun. Yes, he's doing other sets, but he says, I asked him one time, I said, what is the favorite set that you like to collect right now? He says, well, it's every time the Spectre ones come out, because I'm doing it with another person, and it's much more fun. So we've had multiple people in a group, and everyone loses interest for some reason after a while. They got to sell out. They got to do something. The only two people that stuck around has been us two. So
has Nate given up the set too?
Nate gave up the set and then bought Chris. I can't remember. It was on Blog TV. He was Chief something. I don't remember, but his name was Chris. And I remember from him from Blog TV, but he was doing the set also, and he sold his set on eBay. And and Nate messaged me and says, do you know this guy? I says, I kind of sort of do. He's a super nice guy, has a lot of cards, but he negotiated buying his entire set from him. So he has it. It's not as up to date. When they started putting multiple uniforms for different, he kind of said, I don't know if I want that anymore. So I don't know how much he's collected since, but Nate's been on and off. So, but.
And Nate Steve is the guy from Grand Slam Collectibles that's been.
Nate Burns. I don't know
if you've seen
before he was even a card show or card shop owner. I knew him when he was a real estate agent. That's how long ago we started. We were doing the set together. It's been a while. So I remember him being one of his first viewers on Facebook when he was opening single packs of Prism. That's I've known him for real estate agent. He was it was before he even bought this house when I was looking for a house. So yeah, great guy. Total businessman now. He's very, very busy, but yeah, just took off.
Yeah.
And I was happy to see, card shops at that time. It was a risky business just to jump into. I'm going to open up a card store. And now it might be more feasible the way cards are running now, but how confident are you is it going to be like this forever? So it's not like opening a steakhouse where everyone's steak is never going to go out of style. Is this a fad? Is this a hiccup in in the card collecting? Is it another hill in the roller coaster? We don't know. I don't know if anyone can predict that future. So for him to go into the card business back then when it was it wasn't up or down really. It was pretty amazing. So
yeah, because I think I don't know when it was. It would have been last January, like 2019 or 2018. Might have been 2018. and I think he was in like vacation, and you might have said, "Hey, there's a guy opening cards or something on Facebook," and oh, okay, and you're like, "I know him," and he was just like in the hotel room with his kids and the wife, and just on live and busting some boxes, and then, Christ, 2 months later, exploded, and then like by the end of the summer, I mean, he couldn't keep up. He was and I mean, he's got the personality for it. And you've told me before, it's two different people. You've got the on-camera version and you have the off-camera version. But I mean, again, it's tough at times to listen to the on-camera. But again, it's one of those things where he was opening so much product,
Yes.
that you couldn't miss it, because you're seeing National Treasure's cases just getting destroyed every night. I mean, he's just rip. And this was before, again, the boom. So, I mean, it wasn't always like, oh boy, we're watching Prism constantly. When that stuff started getting busted all the time because it was on the uptick, that's when I lost interest. Because, again, it's nothing more than, again, I like the etching, but it's a Topps Chrome poorly done. They're nice cards. I don't want them, though. And I don't want to see people losing their loads because they're so excited they got Odell Beckham Silver. That's, to me, nothing to get just riled up about and take a shot of whiskey and then like drag them. And again, I get that part of the shtick.
It's a show. It's a show.
Oh, I know, 100%.
And some
but I mean,
people
tolerate.
If you don't know the guy personally, you'll be thinking like he's like that all the time. No way in hell he is. No way in hell.
You'd run out of energy.
I asked him one time, is it hard to keep up that shtick? He goes, it's a part of the act. It's a part of the way how we're selling the volume we're selling.
Mm-hmm.
You have to keep it up. You want your business, some people gravitate towards it.
Yep.
For me, I can't watch 5 minutes of his show, but I can talk to the man forever. But I can't watch his show. I just can't. It's like night and day. I've talked to him at the Nationals. I sit there and have a conversation with him. And it's like, I'm like, Nate, this is so much nicer. And he knows that you want to stay in business, you gotta act the fool.
Mm-hmm.
It's foolish.
Again, you have to have something to bring the people in. It's just like a carnival. I get that. I mean, but at the same time, Joe, who worked there, Big Joe, I've known him for 15, 20 years, from Beckett to Freedom Cardboard to Facebook. I've known him forever. So, I mean, we've talked a lot too, and he had to dip out, and he's going back to Cincinnati because, I mean, again, I didn't follow any of that for the last year or so.
Sorry. Yeah. Different, 1,000% different human being in seeing him in real life.
Mm-hmm.
But like I told him, I can't watch your show. Just can't. It's not for an old schoolers like us. I really don't think any of it that been along for a while. When we started watching people open product, it was never like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember anything being so crazy stupid. Most of the, it was just collectors getting together and the breaker getting his own spot in his own stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you had GSN Cards would do a lot of breaks on.
Oh, I met him.
Saturday. Ryan would do some. Steve would do some through his shop. Then you had Cards Infinity, Chris Justice, the Hobby Box.
He's such a guy.
That's the one I still watch his stuff because it's that familiar voice. You know it's not going to be bells, whistles, like a clown car, trapeze artists. I mean, you're going to get some bad puns. I expect that.
If you love bad puns, you're going to love him.
But that's the thing. We're more. We don't need to have like the Hooters girls in the background and like shots being taken and salsa dancing. It's not like Victor Cruz got a touchdown. It's just, I want Barry Sanders. I want Barry Sanders with him smiling maybe on the sideline and the ball to the ref and go over. But yeah, it's today in Truth 17, he didn't do much of that either. It's him and Irving interacting. maybe some jokes there, because I mean, there's a couple other guys that would come in once in a while because they're out in Cali, and there's a bunch of them. But again, we had fun, but we didn't just. It wasn't just like frat boys and unlimited alcohol and whatever. But again, I can't. Again.
I lost count, Dave.
I have to reiterate the point. I get it. I get what he's doing. He's been successful with it. I'm happy for him because that seemed to be, as he's spoken about many a time, his dream to have that card shop, to have a successful card shop where people want to come to rip packs, talk, and I like that. I love, and the repacks he did too. That was, I still remember somebody, I think there was 3 cards in one of those, whatever it was, $150 or $200 a pack repacks, and they got a Jim Brown patch auto out of Leaf Limited, like 05, 04 to 25, and they were bitching. I'm like, man, you sell that to me for right now for $100, I'll buy it. I'm on that card every day of the week. And he just said, you know what? He's like, I'm just going to refund that dude money. And if you're bitching about a Jim Brown patch auto, you have no clue what you shouldn't even be in this hobby. And that's what I like. I mean, he's straightforward with this stuff
He
too.
does a lot of charity too. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity. Great. You know,
Yes.
He's still
The Children's Hospital or whatever it is down there.
and it's great. But if you want entertainment, it's not my kind of entertainment. That's all it is. I don't know. It's more the new collector. They don't really care about the cars as much as we do. They care about the entertainment value.
Mm-hmm.
And that's entertaining to them. So we were not brought up on that. We were brought up on just like, getting in a break and just happy to be getting into it. You remember when we would go into like a Truth 17 room and that thing, we had to put a 1 underneath the line. And that thing would insta-fill.
Mm-hmm.
Things nowadays, you have to beg people to get into brakes now because they're so expensive. I remember I was buying NT brakes for like $40. NT, you can't get retail for that. It's a different time. You can tell this is just 10 years period. A 10-year period. It's changed dramatically. Am I still here? I'm still here. So obviously I like it enough to stay. So it is.
Well, and so since you keep referring to the old school aspect, you joined brakes in hopes to get something big. I mean, that's the whole expectation. Of course, that's what you always do. That's what you're always looking to accomplish. But it was also the people, hanging out with the people, the conversations, the side conversations, the private messages that you would have with your friends and everything else while you were sitting there in the blog room. And it truly was that. It was a group of guys and a few girls that would watch a break. Sometimes you weren't even in the break, but you wanted to be there because you knew almost everybody that was in the freaking room.
Yeah. We had Carmine, who lucky he passed away just recently, last year. We had Monday night raffles. We wouldn't miss it.
Yep.
We would not miss it. It didn't matter if we won a thing or not. There's people that I've met from blog that I've never met in person yet, that I talk to regularly. And Dave, that's going to change. Hopefully this 2021 will be different.
No, you need to block his number, Joey. You just need to stop talking to him.
Everybody needs to block my number.
Bob's got the backpack on.
He's going for
going somewhere.
You're gonna take a walk. That's fine.
I have to relocate.
There's when I started collecting again in 2004, it was fun and I was having fun, but I did not have any idea how much more fun I could have until 2010 when I found out what YouTube was and what blog was. And I never turned back. I finally felt that I belonged. This is where I should have been the entire time.
Mhm.
A bunch of card nerds where I should have been. I stumble upon it. So,
Paul, didn't we always say this is better than most things on TV these days?
1,000 times.
I thought I was speaking the truth. Maybe it's just my ego getting the best of me.
You've been watching too many Carlos's videos then.
Yeah, I think Carlos is rubbing off on me. That's scary. Run for the hills.
That was the thing with all when we were all new on YouTube and blog, and it was just sort of people, and it wasn't people feeling their way around, really. I mean, the group break stuff was sort of new. But just having that, because again, a lot of us don't have the LCS local to us. We have a local card shop. It's like a couple hour drive or an hour drive, and it's not really. It doesn't feel like that home base. It's your local card shop because it's just the one nearest to you. I had one in Virginia that was about 45 minutes, an hour away. I'm still friends with 2 or 3 of the guys that work there. If I could find the guy that managed the place, I'd probably talk to him a little more. But when you went there, you didn't have to spend $75, $80. You didn't have to buy 2 or 3 boxes. You didn't have to sit there and like trade a couple $100 for a couple $100. You could just
Not Bob's head on Bob's body.
You're gonna get a lot taller then. But you could just sit there and talk. You didn't have to sit there and throw money to make it feel like you're part of something. You could just sift through the boxes. Hey, let me look at the box back there. Sure, let's go. And somebody come in, you talk to them maybe. That's what blog felt like. That's what YouTube. I won't say all of it because again, we say there's a lot of drama now. There was a shit ton back then. There's scammers and schemes, and it's not like this is a palace and we're looking down like at today, like Christ, there's shit everywhere. No, there is a fair amount of dumbness and then too, but it just seemed more.
Dave, we talked
douchebaggery
at one point where like, if you were in a break and you got a card that somebody else like they collected that guy, it was almost like an expectation that you were gonna like gift that to them.
Oh, I did it all the time.
Yeah, which
again, but it wasn't the expectation. That's the difference. It really was not the expectation.
It wasn't the expectation, but if you did it, it was just like you didn't have to. You know what I mean? If I was pulling I had the 49ers in a break, and I had a friend named Julian Gaston, which I talked to still. That 49er stuff went right to him, no questions asked. It was just part of what it was going to be. And he reciprocated the same way. It didn't matter. I wasn't like, I could sell this car for $200. I didn't care.
Yeah.
I didn't care. As long as everyone cared about everybody else's piece first. If you
I've had people send me that I don't even know. They must have got like the Steelers in a Spectra immaculate break, and I've got like an RPA and Mason Rudolph that I would have never had, and it's a cool card, and there's potential there, but to not even like know a person and send it to them, that's what I'm about. Like, I love sending people, I've done it before where somebody's showing mail and I catch their address. You screenshot it and then you send them something out of the blue, even if it's just a, PWE. That can make a difference. Like I got a PWE today from Mr. Matt. at Central Credentials. Look, John Marino Young Guns. I mentioned it in a stream that we did a week ago, and that I just randomly mentioned that was a Young Gun that I wanted to pick up, and he sent it to me out of nowhere. So like that's I'm all about that for sure.
I have items hanging in my room that people
Yeah.
just me just because they were thinking of me.
Just because, right?
That's like I said, when I found YouTube and Blog TV, I didn't know the kind. I like the kindness and generosity. I didn't think was ever going to be there. I thought my collection is me just having fun getting cards that I want. I never thought this aspect would be in part of it. I'd never been to a big card show until the National 2014. I've never been to a card show before that. But when I got there, people I'd never met, but I've talked to a million times, and people I'd never even talked to. So welcoming. They got it. They understood.
I was watching a video of you, I think from 18 National, where like you got invited or you were going in place of somebody to some event. I think Barry Sanders was involved or something.
I was representing a card shop and went to the VIP party. And I don't know anybody else has been to a VIP party. It's more
every day for me. I'm in a VIP party.
It was more for like, it was more suit and tie, and for people their kids that are very wealthy. Because I think to get in the VIP party is like $10,000.
Wow.
And here I am, just the basic fan, and Barry Sanders, and I met Vince Young, Brian Bosworth. It was really cool. I had to pick up all the stuff for the company I was going there for, but it was like all the Panini guys were there.
Yeah,
it was weird. I'm just like, I really would really. It wasn't made for the super kind of card collecting fan. It was made for just like hobnobbing with corporate people. I was like, I felt kind of out of place, but it was cool in its own right. But Barry Sanders.
Get anybody's business card or anything?
I know a lot of people from Panini already, so it wasn't. I knew all those guys. I knew a lot of breakers go there, so I know I was talking to some breakers. But as far as just like the regular dude that collects, it's not for you.
Yeah.
There was a basketball player there. All I know is he was about this wide and probably 7'6". I don't know.
I met Jason Williams once for the Nets. Big dude. That was before he murdered somebody or something.
Yeah.
But he was a good dude then.
But it was interesting. I mean, as far as going, the people like just to even get there, you had to get on a ride. I didn't have a car there, so I finagled my way onto the Panini bus, which I wasn't even representing their company at all, but I got into their bus. There's just, like I said, welcoming people. There's just like, yeah, we'll take you. Let's go.
Nice.
How am I going to get there? And I know Everett wasn't going to drive me through goddamn Cleveland to get me to this place. So, but yeah, there's so many things that happened to me that never in a million years that I thought I would be doing or ever did. So, but I'm gonna get going, guys. I got a big day tomorrow. So, you guys have fun. It's nice talking to everybody.
Terry.
Thanks for stopping by, Joey.
Take it easy, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to do one of those like VIP things, but again, like you said, you pretty much have to know some folks to get in there. This isn't just like us three are walking in the front door. They're gonna be like, wrong answer.
I'm excited. I really am excited for the National next year. I hope it's real. Chicago is great. That might be like, I might just go every other year, because if that's the way it's laid out, Chicago, you could just walk everywhere. The hotels, everything's right there.
Yes.
That was nice.
But I saw somebody post, it was a Michael Shane, Jarko 914 IMI, the Johnny Bench and Greenberg guy. I posted some of the stuff is already selling out, hotels.
Wow.
So, which is 2-3 months before. So I want to say that end of January, early February, you better book it. But now it's
crazy.
9+ months in advance. So.
I'm the guy that sleeps on somebody's floor.
Yeah, I've slept at the foot of a bed because I was too drunk to get into the bed.
Hey.
And then wake up in like 3 hours and go walk around the show, and people are like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah." 2 hours later, I'm not that okay because I've been standing with two boxes, and you had some guy from Baltimore that came out to the Cleveland one in 2009. He must have had like 8 tables of just like 4 rows.
Yeah.
So I started and I zigzagged through the whole thing, and I mean, I didn't find anything like that. I mean, I found so much like, and again, it's when you don't see it on my channel ever, or like you don't hear me talking about it, but I was finding like late 70s, early 80s football stuff, just like Walter Payton 3rd years, real crisp looking cards for like $1, $2. So I'm like, I had a stack the size of my gut, stuff like that. I mean, it was like $3. It's like, who cares? I'm like, it's a Reggie White rookie.
Yeah, how do you not buy that for $3? Like, I don't care if I have it already. I just there's
I'll take 10 of those, please, for that price.
I love going through those boxes, man.
So that was a struggle because I mean, I got probably through 3 quarters, and then a couple of guys had found me, and they're just like, "You look like you're in topple over." I'm like, "I've been here for like an hour and a half looking through cards." It's like, "Well, yeah, we've all been trying to text you." I'm like, "I want to see you guys. We'll see each other. Don't worry."
I'm busy. I'm busy.
I'm like, it's like that. If I can find a Connor McDavid rookie,
Yeah.
insert whatever they are.
Yeah.
And that's where Eric and I are in the same wavelength, and some other people aren't, which is fine. I want to see you. If you see me looking through cards at like a national, come up to me. I'll take the time and be cordial, but don't expect at that moment I'm going to just completely, if you're saying Josh Johnson 2006 top scrum super fractor auto over there. Okay. Now I'm Fred Flintstone.
Is that number one on your list?
That and the 06, and I don't know if they made it because I don't know if it's a redemption. The ultimate,
the dual logo.
Yeah, Tandem's dual logo with Joel Zumaya, the old Tigers closer that was supposed to be great and pretty much had the Josh Johnson arm issues and flamed out.
I remember that name.
So those two
you
are
guys ever see that? It's on YouTube. It's like a baseball card documentary. It's like a half-hour long. It was when Jobber Chamberlain was like the man, and the guy. It's talking about like how the hobby has changed and where you were buying like junk wax packs, but now it's like you buy one pack with one card in it, and you know it's. Man, I don't know, that was scary to me as a kid. Like that trajectory, it just felt like so unattainable to have that kind of a premium product out there. I don't know. I never really dabbled in that. But you mentioned breakers. That was something that 2020 had was new for me. Getting in a play. Yeah, I'm looking for Austin Meadows. I can get in a case break of Allen and Ginter, his slot for like $8 or something, or something at more high end like triple threads. I bought into it. I think it was $22 for the spot, and I ended up getting a, out of 18, like jersey, bat, pants, or whatever autograph Austin, and it's a sick card. But I've gotten in them too where you don't get squat. So. And then there's a channel that I'll follow. It's like Pick a Pack. You can go to their website and they've got all these packs list, and then you can buy them, and then they'll open them live on their channel, right? But man, it is such a hey, you can't chew that. I mean, they're just blowing through the packs. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't get a hit or something that has any wow factor, it's oh man, I don't know. I could just see that becoming like an addiction for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of got to, because I have that personality, I kind of got to monitor myself. I haven't had much of a card budget lately, to be honest. So it's kind of just, I'm looking at a 95 Bowman's Best Curtis Martin rookie refractor right now. It's on there for $54. You know, that's a card I'd love to have. So we'll see. I asked for eBay gift cards for Christmas. So it's funny how that has become like a hobby related gift. You know, that's what they asked me, what do you want? And I'm like, well, you can't go buy me a blaster like you could last year. So that's the next best thing that I can think of.
I fucking lost in the last second. Bastard.
Was you bidding on something? Dang.
And I just about forgot until I looked at the time. I'm like that. That's the stuff that
I love that.
I don't know if it's the hoops one of those. I think the one I've got to try to pick up that the gold signature.
Yeah, this is a card that like I could sell all my other Griffies and be fine, but this is the one I would hold on to. You know what I mean? Just It has that sort of appeal for me. There you go. Santa.
That's recent though. That's what.
Yeah, I don't even know how I got this, to be honest. 18.
19 or 18. Okay.
18. Yep.
Yeah, that. My mom usually. I tell her, I'm like, I don't want. You're gonna get me something for Christmas. First of all, I don't want it. My Christmas comes pretty much every week during the year.
I've seen your mail days.
So she's like, but I want to get you something. Like, get me the Topps factory set, and that's what she's done the last few years. The
Nice.
baseball. I said, get the one with the rookies though. So make sure it says rookies, because one year she got like all stars. I'm like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, the rookie, just remember rookie. And then I'm like, if you want to give me a gift card for eBay or a Visa one, whatever it is, I don't care. But I don't need anything else. I don't need those even, because again, the championship fever. How much?
Yeah, it's the copper number to 20. It sold for under $18.50.
What?
Oh well. Obviously, I didn't want it that bad.
Now, Steve, do you so did you say like I'm willing to pay $18 for that and then that's it, or do you watch it up to the end, or are you and still bidding?
No, I'm a one bid guy.
Yeah.
So it's if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
I mean, I've paid up on stuff that I look at now that I could have gotten for $20 or $30 less, but at the time you just don't know. It was a super short print Austin Meadows card and a PSA 10. There was a raw one on there for like $20 cheaper, and I'm like, just go for the. And I did the one bid thing, and I won it, but I probably overpaid.
But here's the question: do you regret it?
No, not at all, because now I got it.
So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, the regret thing is a tough one for me. I got that short-term memory of I don't want to go down the list of cards I wish I still had, you know what I mean? But I'm here. There's always a flip side. I'm thankful for the cards I do still have, you know?
Well, and that's the thing. It's, regret is somewhat of a negative word to a certain degree, but, I'm also one of those, I'm a firm believer that things happen for a reason.
Amen.
So I try to always put a positive spin on things. I am usually the glass half full kind of guy.
Yeah, it's all about perspective.
And if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Don't shake your head at me, Dave.
I'm saying I'm the glass half empty guy.
No, that's a load of crap because you're a closet optimist, whether you realize it or not. And I think there are other people that would probably vouch for that.
I would agree.
Your persona doesn't fool any of us. But it's one of those in which I wish I could find a different word than regret, because regret does have a negative connotation. And as a collector, you have your wins, you have your misses.
Yeah.
And, I can look back at when I got my precious metals. It's always been a top 10 card on my list for a long time. Should I have bought it years ago? Absolutely. Did I overpay for the copy that I have in my collection right now? Yes. But does it change the feeling or the connection that I have with that card? Not at all. And, and by overpay, I'm talking like $60 overpay. And when you start getting into those, it's hard to not think and look at things from a regret perspective. However, if it's something that you really want, then there is no such thing as overpay.
Like more of a temporary frustration because, hey, I could have got this before, and like, why didn't you do it then, you dumbass? And then you think about it for a little bit, but when you get the card in, you're like, again, the frustration. But guess what? That card that I've wanted for X amount of years, it's in my hands now. I don't have to worry about it. That's one off the list, and it's a big one. So,
yeah,
I want to bring attention to Carlos's ever so true comment.
It's like a SAT question or something. Steve's just like, how long can this joke possibly go? And I think Carlos is like thinking
it's never going to go away. It's never going to go away. And what's funny, and this is the funny thing, is because I've always been one of those who likes to sit in the background sometimes, and it never fails. Last night during the podcast that he had with Matt, I was waiting. I was waiting. And I was there the minute it started coming up in conversation. And that's, of course, when I piped in. I have my moments.
I mentioned you in a recent video too, in your hockey endeavors.
Yes, I know. Did you see my comment?
No, I'm bad. I have been lazy at getting back to it.
Go back and read it. My exact words. I hate you, Bob.
Oh, all right.
I even told, because Dave sent me the link to the video, and it's one of those, since I'd already watched it, I knew why he sent it to me. That was the funny part. I'm like, yeah, I already watched it.
I told him it was coming.
I told him I hated it.
That's funny.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was back.
Oh, I giggled. I'm not gonna lie. I got a little of a chuckle, and I'm like, you mother.
But this is one of the things I like about YouTube. That, there's probably a high percentage. I don't know how many views it has. We'll say 50 views. There's probably less than 5 people that actually got that. You know what I mean? And I feel like those little inside jokes sometimes just propel those bonds and those it feels good to be on the inside. And I'm not trying to keep anybody out of that circle or whatever. The more the merrier, you know what I mean? I love to be able to, if if I'm gonna when I send Miko a care package, it's always gonna have like a Joe Carter card in it. You know what I mean? Because like I like to troll. So if I find out who your guy is, then expect something. And I like that. I've got a few of them, and there's people that buy into it for whatever reason. It's just kind of fun, some kind of different element to the hobby,
Well, and it's all in good fun. And that's the thing. Although you guys may think I get flustered and frustrated and everything else in some of my comments, sometimes I'm not as creative as what I'd like to be in some of my
retorts. We just enjoy the berating. Like, we want to know how creative you're going to get in tearing us down after we make the claim of how much you love hockey. And
why do you think that there was a claim made of, oh, okay, wait, here comes Steven and his French Canadian, and then of course in the comments I threw some French in there. I am not fluent in French by any stretch of the imagination. Thank you, Google, for part of that translation. But it's all in good fun, and that's what builds the relationships. That's what builds the friendships. When you have a group of individuals, call it an inside joke if you want. I mean, we had some years ago back in the blog days and things along those lines, and a lot of people were like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Why is everybody laughing? Why is that so funny?" And we always kept it within us. It's not that we didn't want to share it by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I know it was. But it's nice to have those connections with that group of people.
Yeah, for sure.
The only difference is it comes up in here. It comes up on Carlos's podcast. Now you brought it into a contest video. Dave did the same freaking thing. And, before long, what's going to happen is let's hope that people don't start believing. And I start getting inundated with stuff. Well, what do you think? What?
I'm going to send you a hockey starter kit. It'll just have a bunch of 91 and 92 rookies in it. Saku Koivu and stuff.
And of course, if you don't have a Ziggy Palfy rookie in there, it's not a.
Wait, what are we in? An hour and 47 minutes in? Ziggy Palfy reference? Okay.
No, it was earlier. There was one earlier. It was just in the comments, courtesy of Carlos, because he brought up the Greg Jeffries too. So
yeah.
Oh, that's a PC of mine. Failed prospects, although he had an okay career, but got Kevin Moss, Todd Van Poppel, all those guys. I think it's
Brian Taylor.
Just like interesting stories, because I've gotten on some of those. I've hitched my wagon to some of those players, and you learn your lesson a little bit. Raul Mondesi, when he caught fire for like a month or something, and I had to have every one of his, or Carlos Baerga. He had 2 home runs in 1 inning. Like, I got to get his cards. Who was hot in the Beckett, He was cold. Bo Jackson was always on the hot list and cold list.
Mm-hmm. That was one thing that I actually did appreciate, from the Beckett perspective, and keep me honest, because I don't think they did this, but maybe a couple years. They had like a year in review.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is what's hot in November 2005, for instance, and then they look at the same time frame for the year prior, and the varying degrees of some of the caliber players that were on the hot list or the not hot list or the cold list was usually dependent on if it was like the hot rookie, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
But if they had like a hell of a freaking couple games during a month, that would automatically boost them to the hot list, so their card values would rise. And that's
Matt Williams.
That's the one. that was one thing I didn't recognize it with baseball because, although I started as a baseball collector, and I have quite a few baseball cards. But from a football perspective, it was always, if somebody had a hell of a game, that's when you always saw like a huge spike.
I mean, that's
in
today
prices.
too. Like Ian Happ at the beginning of the year was on fire, and his PSA 10 rookie cards were going for like $80. You could have bought them yesterday for $20.
It's
don't know.
It's more widespread now though, because of the added influx of like the new crew of collectors, investors,
Sure.
whatever.
And everything is
that's-
now. I mean, like with social media, I mean, word spreads fast. You know what I mean? Markets change
Absolutely.
quickly because, these guys are talking about this guy. They've been right in the past. You know what I mean? And they're influencers. I mean, that's a real thing.
Terrell Davis is a horrible investment. People need to stop buying his stuff.
Right.
Just saying.
I think it started.
That's the first one, by the way. So you're 652 and again.
Wow, Benny.
When ESPN used to have the 28 and 58 scoreboard updates, you'd have in Sports Center, but then on CNN at 10 o'clock, you'd have Sports Night with Fred Hickman and there's some other guy on there too. But you didn't have ESPN News, everything that the scrolling ticker.
Sure.
Once you started getting that stuff, it's like, okay, they're just listing the scores at first. That's cool. Now you're throwing in stats. Now you're sort of getting real time. Again, the internet was around early 90s, mid 90s. Most of us really jumped on towards the later part where it was accessible and more affordable. So then you could go to just like ESPN.com and do whatever. Look, hey, A's are facing the Royals. Eric Chavez has 3 homers in this game. Man, I better look up that 97 Bowman Chrome. Or look up Carlos Fable if he's 4 for 4 with like 5 RBIs and 3 steals.
Yeah, who was the Twins had a guy from that 97 set too. Shoot. Not Vernon Wells. He was Jock Johnson. Was it Jock
Jones.
Jock Jones. And I remember, you lived and died by the Beckett, and like you opened it up and you saw Tejadas going up, and this guy Jock Jones and Vernon Wells and Mark Kotze, but just because they had I really wasn't following. I didn't follow the markets. I said the Beckett was following it for me, that type of thing, and you just kind of went with it.
But that's also back when it meant something. Mm-hmm. The Beckett was actually of value, so to speak. Now it's, and I hate to say this, it's almost like a running joke because it is nowhere near what the market has been dictating from a card price perspective. And the only way that it's more useful these days is if you have the online subscription, of course, because prices can update hourly, every minute, just depending on the situation. However, they still have things that are so undervalued and so underpriced. It's almost worthless. It's not even worth using as toilet paper almost. I mean, let's be realistic. When you talk about 90s basketball inserts, for instance, and I'm not just talking about Jordan specific. You can talk about Kobe. You can talk about Shaq. Even some of the, I won't say lower tiered guys, but, Steve Nash is I think one of the best point guards to ever play the game. Even his stuff and some of those rarer insert sets sell for 2 and 3 times what the Beckett shows. So tell me, what really is the Beckett for these days? It's worthless, in my opinion, because you can't use it as a basis.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? If you're somewhere and you want to buy something and the guy pulls out the Beckett to look, like, what's it book at? What is it book at?
For some of those, if it's something that may or may not be updated to reflect the current market values, and you want to pull out Beckett value, oh well, this card books for $20. I'll sell it to you for 15. When they're selling for 80 or 100, then of course you jump on it all day long. But for something that books for $100 that you know you can get for 30, 40, you're not going to pay that $100.
No, you're right. Like I think I mentioned, I get the baseball Beckett and the basketball Beckett still, and the basketball one had Devin Booker on it on the last cover, and it rated his 23 rookie cards, right? So my dad and I had gotten a bunch of the hanger packs from like Big Lots clearance, 2015-16, his rookie year, and we probably have like 4 or 5 of his Don Russ rated rookies, right? Beckett has it listed at 120 and going up. On eBay, they're selling for about $45 raw. In a 10, they're about 120. So I wonder, like, Beckett's how they price them out. It's like a mint card, it doesn't.
Well, but remember, Beckett typically lists their pricing as near mint to mint.
As their high is near mint to mint?
As their basis. So their high, if I'm not mistaken, I think their high is typically near mint to mint. So a 9.
Yeah.
8.5, 9, depending on what service you want to look at. Low is a tick below. And I could be misspeaking. It could be that, it's mint, so a 9 across the board, and low is your near mint to mint. But even then, if it's a 10 and it's going for their high book value, then there's still a gap.
And this card post had brought this up. I think it was on Sports Cards Live. I don't know what episode, but it was with the Beckett grader, Steve. I want to say he's on there. It seems like Beckett's got like a show on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, they do.
Something. And again, I want to say Menzie, but that's to do with the Expo. I don't know what his last. I can see the last name, but my brain isn't deciphering the word or the letters. But that was the guy that said it. He's like, we just can't update everything. It would take too long, and by the time you updated everything, you'd either be at the next issue or the issue after, and you couldn't catch up. Where it's like, I have trouble believing that.
Well, on the flip side, the market fluctuates. It's no different than the stock market. It's one of those in which it's supposed to be the basis. I mean, Beckett was the end-all be-all for the longest time as it pertained to value. And you always refer to the Beckett, hey, you put something in a showcase, it books for $100, 80, 85 is your asking price. I mean, that's almost like a given. But because the market fluctuates, you can't tell me you can't put a set team in place that monitors the fluctuations and does an average on a monthly basis, even if it's via online price guide. Because online price guide should be able to feed something into the print version. You take a snapshot. So all you do is you go buy you can buy all of them for a set price per month, per year, or you buy it per sport.
Right.
And it's like $4, $5 per sport, I think, maybe $7.
Online.
Beckett online. Mm-hmm. I mean, for the longest time, I did it because I was trying to get a rough idea of like a book value estimate on the Terrell Davis collection, knowing that 101s, that type of stuff, are always sitting at zero because they're not going to put anything in there. Because for something like that, I could understand not having the bandwidth or the manpower to track 101s. But for something, because there's eBay is the main forum these days from a selling cards perspective. I mean, you could also use ComC, I guess, but ComC doesn't give you comps. So to me, there's ways to do it. And, Beckett was wise in the years that they actually did list certain stuff for some of the newer sets. They would put, a 101 sold for X number of dollars.
Yeah,
of this
I've
player,
seen that.
or this player. Just to give an idea for certain people. But at the same time, when you look at some of those, and it's been a long time since I ever bothered to look at the Beckett and see some of those, you saw some of them that were like superstar players. This is hypothetical. I'm just going to throw this out there. You see a Barry Sanders, for instance, a 101 higher end product sell for like $120. Okay. Normally that's not going to happen. And it makes you wonder, okay, when did this person list it? Was it in the off hours for whatever reason and it just didn't get the traction, or was it a bad listing? So data is, garbage in is garbage out. Let's be realistic. When you're talking about numbers, garbage in is going to always be garbage out. But even from an online price guide perspective, when, like I said, I was like pricing the Terrell Davis collection just to kind of get an idea from a book value aspect, not value itself. Even looking at some of the values or the high and low values in Beckett on some of the cards that I had purchased over the years, you're going, okay, that's really freaking low, or holy crap, that is like stupid high. And there's no happy medium. There's no in between.
No, I wish they'd sort of go. I don't even know how you could do it or how they could do it, and go away from as much pricing as they do. Maybe segment it a little more. Again, vintage, it's a different connotation or different meaning for most. I mean, it's anywhere from probably 90 or 89 back, depending on who. Most of it's 80 and back. But then if you're doing that, then do 81 to, let's say, 2010 in a separate book. Do that. And then you can have your modern / ultra modern. Even if you want to do 09 for baseball, include that Bowman draft Trout. Have that in a separate book, but then I love the pull stories. I love the super collector stuff, not because I was in it, but I love just seeing, hey, this guy loves Emmitt Smith, but he just doesn't do cards. He's got a pair of cleats from Florida. He's got a pair of cleats from when he ran for like 208 against the Giants on Monday night. He's got this or that. Or the team collectors. I could give two shits about a San Diego Padres team collector, but if they've got Tony Gwynn jerseys and Trevor Hoffman stuff and Derek Lee and everybody else in between, Kevin Brown, I want to see that. I have more of those collector-based articles. Then that rebranding will keep you not as a running joke for the last 15 years. You don't have to sit there and say, well, hey, let's have that there. Our pricing, again, this is from November 12th, 2020. The last month, whoever went off, Tyreek Hill, he went off. So his stuff's going to go up. Antonio Gibson stuff. He's been playing a lot better.
I need a Derrick Henry rookie. Like I don't have one. I'll probably have a rated rookie.
What's going on, Bart?
And yes, Vinny, we are on topic a little bit because it's always been a pet peeve of mine, at least more recent. Because, like I said, years ago, special trips to the card shop just to get the new Beckett, just to kind of see what the movers and the shakers were. I'd bought an X number of boxes of Topps Chrome, and I knew that the following month that Topps Chrome was going to be in there. So I wanted to have an idea of what they were pricing stuff at. Of course, in those years, I was an active seller on eBay. So at that point in time, Beckett still had the reputation, at least, to dictate some of your pricing on a lot of things. And, it always goes without saying, the newest products, sell it when they're first released, because that's typically when you're going to get the bulk of your money. For those that do it more long term, you sit on some stuff and hope that they become something. And, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Just, those situations. But even at the end of the day, for me, I was still always a collector. And, for instance, like Topps Chrome was always one of the hottest product of the years, or one of the hottest product of the year, hands down. People look forward to it. And I build my set, and anything I had left over, it was up on eBay. No name rookies, no names. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot, but 99 cents all day long. That shit adds up. And if you have, 50 rookies that you're selling, they're not all nobodies. So you're going to, do better on some of the other ones, some of your bigger names. But, part of the reason why I did that was just to recoup some of the expense. Yeah. I would buy X amount to build my set, but then try and recoup some of that expense so I could put it somewhere else in something future product.
Yeah. Man, I'd love to open some Prism football this year, but it seems impossible.
There's a lot of things, to go back to the regret thing. Some of my biggest regrets, even with the volatility of the hobby and retail being through the roof, I've never been a retail guy. I've always been a hobby guy because that's typically where you get your hits. There's been a change in that dynamic a little bit as of late because of the volatility of no regrets. You have no regrets? Not even one single letter? Name the movie, folks. That doesn't include you, Bart. So retail, they've changed retail a little bit. So it's more appealing to a lot more people these days. But I would hate to walk into a hobby shop and with the current market conditions, for instance, and if Topps Chrome was still around for football, for instance, because I'm not a baseball guy, to sit there and be told it's $300-$400 a box, you can kiss my ass. No. And I get that the market dictates a lot of that, but there is such a thing as MSRP. And the issue these days, and I may get some flack for saying this, but that's why MSRP is a thing. To sit there for individuals to constantly take advantage, like overly take advantage, it's almost like thievery. I mean, it pisses me off. So there you go. There's a pet peeve. If something costs you $80 and MSRP is $100, And just because the market dictates these boxes selling for $300 and $350,
Yeah.
why you got to be a dick like everybody else? I get it. It's a business. You're there to make money. But at the same time, there's got to be
I
some
have
give and
cards,
take.
like cards that I want to move. I know that I have some that I could move to friends, you know, and I would sell that. I would offer them at a price that I know is like, because I know if once I put a price out there, they're going to do exactly what I would do. They're going to go to eBay, see what completed listings are, you know, and I don't need top dollar, you know. I'm not a greedy man. Because really, the bulk of my collection, 85% of it, is stuff that I've had. There's no way to attach like how much I have into this card. You know what I mean? So it's sort of like I don't want to just say it's all profit, but in a sense, there's no way to like recoup what my dad and I had accumulated. So it's kind of, we're starting fresh. And
But you can't put a price on the memories though, too. That's the thing. Sentimental value always has more value to the seller than anything else. And that's another pet peeve of mine. There's a Brady.
What the heck?
One of the cheaper ones. Bob wasn't even looking.
What Brady was it? Let me see.
It's the Flair tradition.
Oh, nice.
Is you have people, and I'm going to give one specific example, and Dave will probably know which one I'm talking about. And this is like twofold. You have somebody, and I've said this before in past episodes without it being the pet peeve episode. I'll save something, I promise. I've got plenty of them, I promise you. You know, I've been collecting, you know, for 36 years. So not that I can remember a whole lot as a 5-year-old, but still. People who are emotionally attached to cards that list them for stupid money. And even if they put an offer on it and you put something that's fair, I'm not saying that you like send a lowball offer. And it's an auto decline or they counter with, you know, right up under their original buy. You're sitting there going, all right, dude, you're emotionally attached to this. You really don't want to sell it. And that's fine. I get it. You know, they could be testing the waters, and I get it. People do that. But on the flip side, there's a card listed on eBay right now, and it's 97 playoff zone. It's a gold parallel, like the one I showed in my last video. Not the same card, but another one that, you know, I need for the collection, of course. And it's buy it now for $230. Okay, I got mine for under $80 shipped with tax. Okay, on bids. Super excited about that, and that was nowhere near my max bid. Okay, I won't tell you what it was. However, the reason why the price is set so high is because he overpaid for a 3-card gold parallel lot at $750 for one card that he wanted. So now he's trying to recoup that extra money. And it's like, dude, you overpaid big time, and now you're sitting on stuff hoping to recoup it, and you ain't going to get it. If they sell, I would be surprised. But then again, I'm surprised a lot these days because there's a lot more competition on the Terrell Davis front than what there ever has. And there are some people out there paying some stupid money for some of his stuff. And it's blowing my mind.
Here's one that is seeing an increase. I heard Scott talk about Tyler Hero, and I was like, oh, all right, I'll pick up some of his stuff. I think I got that for $25. And is that a rave?
It is.
Wow. I don't own one of those.
These are all These are all. I mean, this is nothing that I've purchased. Do you seriously just want a rave? I'll send you a rave. I'm dead serious.
BJ, I mean, Brad's the man. It's one of those. It is one of those. Like because I was looking at 93 finest refractors. Like, what Pirates are in there? Like, I think I should have like an Andy Vance like 93 finest or a Tim Wakefield, but they're like $75-$80. I'm like, do I want it that bad just to have one? Not yet. Mm-mm.
And seriously, Bob, I mean, if this is something that you want just from a
collector's stand, yeah. I don't know. It's just to check a box essentially, to like say you've touched one and had one. I felt that way about we did a lot of Fleer Ultra. So when I would open a platinum, when I would get a platinum, it felt awesome, man. Like to get a numbered card like out of that. Oh, that's awesome! What a great card that is.
That's the one we were talking about because I'd found the trade card in the other box, but I mean,
nice.
This was the main year, 90 to 94, I think was 94 Weber.
93, 92, 93. It depends how people refer to it, Shaq was 92, 93. Penny was after him with Weber.
Yeah, I couldn't remember, but speaking of Thunder and Lightning,
I busted so much of that stuff. Oh my God,
and I'm telling you, these are all the only thing that purchased wise, upside down, but Jamal Mashburn, Jim Jackson. Other than the Terrell Davis stuff, of course, and some of my Broncos stuff in the Broncos Autos collect, this is all stuff that I've pulled. I've got that card. I showed that last week.
So that's one. Here's the.
I have that one too. Yep, I have that one too.
I got a couple up on eBay actually right now.
There's you another Shaq rookie.
Nice.
There's another Ultra. Here's Alonzo.
Oh, here's a good one.
Infinity this year. Yes, I did. I
felt like a special one back in the day. That die cut.
Oh yeah, SP All Pro die cuts. Yep.
That was a special edition though, the Upper Deck SE, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep. And they had like the Eastern Conference and West Conference.
We were talking about those last week.
The America's team.
Yep, inserted in Upper Deck. Tough pulls.
This is an insert set you guys will probably remember.
Oh, I love those too. That 94 Upper Deck.
Yep.
That set, and then
speaking of since Joey mentioned him, TJ Lang, that's a rookie out of SP Authentic.
It's a big boy.
Much either.
All right, where's Bart? Is Bart still in here? Look at this.
Dirty Waters.
Ricky Williams or Ricky Waters.
I said it right the first time.
You're right. I suck.
I know I'm right, Bob. Don't you forget it. Remember, I am all knowing.
I hope you sold all your Randy Arena cards because his market, as quick as it came, it left.
Yeah, after his debacle.
I mean, I hope that gets sorted out, man. That sucks. Here's that card in question. I'll sell it to somebody for 120 right now. That's what the Beckett says it's worth.
There's a Deuce rookie.
The Deuce is loose. I send Ed all my Deuce dailies. Oh, this is a good set. So, and then maybe even a good conversation. These out of Stadium Club, the ringleader cards, they're cheap, and it's like a 30 card set, but they're all just gloriously foiled out. You know what they are. And they have them for all the sports too. Well, at least baseball and hockey. I'm assuming they have them for football.
I showed that one last week.
What?
Go watch the replay, Bob. No, I don't have two new.
Even just a base metal Griffey, you know? Oh, I got the wad. Nice one. I got that. That's a great card. That's the only hockey one I have.
Yeah, I agree though. The base metal that was way ahead of their time, so to speak.
It's one of my 2 Shaq autographs. Can't really see it, but I love these old classic autographs.
Yeah, I don't have any autos of Shaq. That's a glossy.
Ooh.
Yep, 2 new. Did you sell your auto that you pulled with your dad, or do you still have it?
No, we have it. You can't sell that yet. I don't know, man. I'll probably go down with that ship, but
I understand why, and like I said, I get that, and that was one of those in which I was pissed off that I ended up leaving early.
yeah.
Usually
I mean,
we go and hang out with the neighbors across the street.
that moment is captured, you know.
Oh, and I made sure I went back because when I found out about it, I was like, seriously?
Yeah.
And I made sure I went back and watched it because it's
Hey, Dave,
like you
look at
said,
it. It's just that. So that story, day one, Luis Robert.
Lou Bob is what Ed calls him.
And it's got a rough.
See
top
what
there.
again, Ed? Which one? As I'm putting the stuff back in here.
Yeah, I got my comments on my phone here. The Deuce is Loose. This is a good set too. Shiny.
I'm guessing he was probably asking about the 97 Ultra. I think it was Series 2.
Tense.
And I've got other crap
Oh,
in
that's
here.
sweet. Now this show has just become like, let's just show off some cards and just wow each other.
Well,
Or
there's not gonna be any wow factor in a lot of this stuff.
all right. So who do you know? Does anybody know who a Derrick Rose fan or a Chicago Bulls fan is?
Man,
Because this 101 plate doesn't belong in my collection; it belongs in their collection. Somebody knows, let me know.
Central, man, he's a big Bulls fan.
Here's a nice one.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Ed Manny.
Yep.
Rainbow blue.
Yeah, that's Soto. I love that Soto. That's
Man.
the Soto. If I would buy a Soto, that would be the one. I'd spend the money.
I do like the gold because it's numbered, but I think there's less rainbow foils, even though they're not numbered, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
stuff I've tried to pick for like the second year even of Soto too.
So, can
There's
you
your-
name the other guys on this, Dave?
There's your deuce.
Is that Phil Nevin, Desmond Howard, and 293? God, would that be?
Roman Hammerlick. Hammerlick,
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
Yep. Tampa Bay.
Yeah, man, he was supposed to be the man. It's fun looking through boxes. Like just a Vin Baker refractor. I mean, I don't know. Is there a Vin Baker fan out there? Do people collect Vin Baker?
Stoney,
If I have a dupe, Ed, which I may because I opened quite a bit of 97 Ultra. I just have to find it. I'll send you one. And that's something that a lot of people, the new school folks, don't know about me.
how much you love?
No,
That Belfour.
as you show the Ed Belfour. I sent out way more than I ever
Ed's
received.
in the show, it looks like.
More than what I ever received. And that's just me.
Yeah. I don't keep tabs on it.
Yeah, but the issue is though, is some people do.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah, you're right.
there are still people
Well, then
out there,
they won't send you anything again, you know?
but it's the expectation, and that was the thing, and that's where a lot of people
Sure.
truly miss the train as it pertains to just because.
I keep interrupting you, but I do feel
No, you're
like
good.
there's a concerted effort on people. Like people have reached out. Hey, I got some pirates. I got this or that. I want shirt off, glistening chest. That's a PC card for me for sure.
Do I need to put it in your stack?
Yeah, put that bad boy in there, man.
That's a quad. That's a quad horizontal.
I don't have that. No, I don't. I don't need a.
That's Joey Galloway, by the way.
He's from Bel Air. Well, he's near where I grew up, right across the Ohio River.
If you want it, I'll put it aside. I'm serious.
Now I gotta find mine.
Were you being serious, Bob, or are you being a smartass?
No, man. I love that kind of stuff.
All right. That's a one. That's a one per box. That's a one per box pull.
Is that you, Steve, that likes the first day issue cards?
The original. I'm not a fan of the newer releases, but the original year that they did it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, those shiny stamps on there.
Yep. And I have one somewhere.
There you go. Right here.
I haven't come across it. Yep.
Something so cool about that. When you got that in a pack, you're like, oh, sweet. I don't know what it was.
That or the super teams. I love those.
Oh, definitely. I never won.
The first year I bought, I don't know how many of the 93, 94 Series 2 packs for basketball. I was gifted enough, and I remember 1993, 94. So this is a different era. Out of the box, I pulled 2 super teams. I didn't buy the whole box, but I mean, I must have pulled like 10 to 12 packs. I got the Dallas Mavericks and the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oof.
You cannot find 2 worse teams unless you had the Timberwolves than those two. I mean, you literally had no chance.
So remember the snow cards that you were talking about and rookies and stars and stuff that they did the one year?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
subtle?
parallel?
Yeah, and that was the subtle difference, and that's why it's in the box.
Those are the things you can find in people's dollar boxes that don't know about all the little whatevers. Probably should have sold that a month ago.
Here's one for you. So Vinny, so this is gonna be between Vinny and Bob.
Who's that?
That's Deuce Staley.
Ooh.
And I know Ed, but he's in a Pittsburgh uniform, so you don't have an interest.
Man, Deuce did all the work, man. Deuce like all the way down the field, then they give it to the bus to like run it in the end zone.
So Dave, you need to come up with a question that requires some thinking. That's a nice card.
Yeah, I love the old
of who's going to get this card, because here, this is
give
what
it to Vinny, man. There doesn't have to be a give that to Vinny. I already got stuff in my stack. Wow. Wait, give that to me.
You already said it. So Vinny, I'm starting to stack for your Steelers.
Vinny needs a stack for sure.
Oh, now he's saying give it to Bob. So which one is it, guys?
Here's a 10 of 10 Cam Newton patch. I got that in a Raz. Kind of cool. We got
Mel
Franco
Blunt.
and Mel Blunt.
97 was a decent set.
Yeah, a decent set.
I might have some Steelers stuff I'm preparing to show off next week for No.
I If Ed's still in here, I got that in a Puff Bear auction.
So now I'm torn. Vinny says give it to Bob. Bob says give it to.
Oh, this is a trade card. 1B. I don't know how you ain't gonna see that, but.
And to me, that's an iconic card.
So this was like a '90s thing too, like to have an insert set that was die cut, and then there's another card that would connect to it. You know what I mean?
Like the triumvirate for Stadium.
And then they'd have refractor versions of them. Dave, that the Abreu post that you had on Instagram today was awesome. I've never even seen an inverted, like any of them. I'm not like actively looking for them, but
a lot of people don't know they exist, Bob, and that's the thing. And that was it's interesting that you bring it up because he sent me pictures. I was actually sitting there waiting to pick up my kiddo from school.
So you can't even search inverted. You have to just kind of go for it and then
you can if people know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that you know what they are is if you've seen enough of them or do your research. And when he sent those to me in a text message with the pictures or whatever, I'm like, is that the inverted? And he goes, yep. And I was like, holy shit. Nicely done.
Yeah. Yeah, when that prospect is big, that's a good
So this is nothing huge, but
who's the big
there's a Walter Payton insert, number 2,000.
Nice.
Well, that's the thing on that Abreu. And again, I tried to, and I don't want to ramble on in the posts and like Instagram, but I want to get people to actually, you don't just look at a card and be like, okay, that's that. There is always a story behind something. It doesn't have to be a soliloquy. It doesn't have to be Encyclopedia Britannica, but there's a story. And with those, that's always one you look at in the Beckett. You look and see, okay, refractor, like 3 times, atomic 5 or 6 times. Then you'd see inverted, and you're like, well, what the hell is this? I've never seen one of those, ever. And then you talk about refractor. That's like, that doesn't exist. Atomic, what the hell up? They didn't even print those.
That's a myth.
Yeah.
Gold refractor of Messina.
Is that the old school? Or is that the one of the last few years?
97 or 96. 96, yeah.
Those are nice.
I peeled the coating because I was thinking about getting it graded because it just looks so nice. I think it would look good in the slab. I wish he was in the Yankees uniform, but Orioles will do. But I love these old like parallels, like the electric diamonds.
Yes.
Don Russ did the special edition. Finest did like the no peel cards, where it's like chrome on both sides. There's the electric diamond.
So random parallel, unless you paid attention to the Beckett. Pro Set Power, that Pro Set Power right there, the base was silver.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gold parallel.
Huh.
Something so subtle that if you're thumbing through packs or, as you're opening packs or what, you don't even notice it.
That's like photo variations today. I mean, sometimes they're a little bit more obvious than others, but, having to check that code on the card, it gets so I'm annoyed by that sometimes.
And that just happened to be a Steeler. That was coincidence, just FYI.
Bobby Greasy.
I think it's pretty much because they can basically print money. They know people loved Topps Chrome rainbows, so they went to the nth degree. They're pretty much pumped. It's like the Topps Chrome rainbow on steroids, which I agree. It's
stupid
to a point. And then it goes beyond that point because you can't have, okay, this is the Walmart variation. It's
This
only
is the
number
Target.
but guess what? Nobody knows what it's numbered to. Then you have to go online, buy a white pack, then you get to have like the white prism sparkle or whatever. So it
There you
just
go, Ed.
they're literally just printing money at this point. That's the reason why they have it. And plus, again, if you're going to use a photo and you're going to spend how much to get that photo, you may as well make 8 trillion cards of
Yeah. How about some vintage basketball, right? Where's that market at?
If you got it, show it.
Yeah.
Remember, I have an appreciation for anything.
So this is just a base Allen Iverson card, right? But it's got Kobe in it, and it's what is this? Fleer Force. It's just a great looking card, you know. But it's just a base card. But that looks better than stuff that I see that today that's like supposed to be worth something, you know. These refractors were tough to pull too.
Yeah, not the best player in the world, but Ty Turner's refractor. That's 96 chrome. Rashawn Salam.
I was big on him. Look how young Dirk Nowitzki looks in this.
He looks like a kid.
Right?
Like I said, in some of these, I mean, they're nothing of substantial value or anything. I'm guessing we lost Ed. I think Ed took a break. Oh, John Riggins.
This would be a card I would show in every video. You know what I mean? Because this sets me apart from everybody.
No, it doesn't. Oh, did I say that out loud? Is that Willie Lanier?
Yeah, one Joey was mentioning earlier. No,
we talked about that earlier.
Ed wants us to go back and talk.
No, Ed, I was showing I didn't know if you saw the dirty waters that I showed.
So, pet peeve of mine: you buy something from eBay and they use Scotch tape, right? I feel like people, if you don't know about painter's tape by now, like you should not be
in the hobby.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't use it.
What do you use?
The Sevens flap.
What do you use?
It's called the Sevens flap.
Sounds gross.
So you take a piece of Scotch tape and you fold one side. So when you stick it over the top of the top loader, you can easily grab a hold of it and you just are able to peel off the tape.
Okay, so you've thought this through for the consumer, for the end buyer, and I've never given negative feedback. It's just funny to me that I've had people just tape a card to in a soft sleeve, in a penny sleeve, and they just tape it to a piece of paper and mail it. You know, free shipping. Be careful with that sometimes.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah,
because you don't ever know. And that's, some people actually give a shit, and even though they say free shipping, they actually still send it in a bubble mailer.
Yeah, like, is this guy any good, Dave?
Who do we got there? Joe Mauer?
Jorge Polanco?
He's a run-of-the-mill guy. He's solid. He's solid for him.
Like, I get this card for like a few bucks. Chris Davis refractor, chrome refractor rookie. Like, KD's the man. There's a market for that somewhere. Because that won't hold on to that. I'll just wait till he hits a bunch of home runs one week and it'll go up. I don't know. I hate that. That's kind of where my mind is gone with the hobby right now. That FOMO, fear of missing out, of like something that I have that really has no
Connection.
There's no attachment. Like I don't have a story to it. I love the card. I'm happy to have it in my collection, but I'd rather be compensated for it. You know what I mean? Oh wow!
Here I am showing inserts and parallels and
He's
rookies
showing
and
Hall of
shit.
Fame autograph.
And you got all right,
What's the number? 50, 10? Oh,
Yeah.
10.
Well, no,
I'm gonna start calling you Carlos now.
Well, it's the one box next to me. I mean, other than the stuff that I've pretty much shown every other video.
I'm giving you shit. I've seen a lot of these in.
I've made a video about them. That's from like a couple months ago. Just going through a rummage of stuff.
Kobe.
That thing, you don't even want to know what that cost me because somebody listed it stupid.
$10.
A little higher.
15.
There you go. And I knew that 2008.
Awesome,
but I mean, that's stuff where I get in my. It's not a rut. It's like my zones where it's like the Hall of Fame patch stuff.
It's the zig and zag.
Yeah, so for a while there, that's literally all I was getting. Jimmy Jack.
Hall of Famer? Maybe.
Is that to 100 or no?
Interstate refractor.
Ugh.
Yeah, ear rods. I can't figure this camera out at all, dude.
It's because of the space. The space is shrunk because there's 3 of us.
I blame the space too.
The space between?
Yes.
The ears?
Well, there's a lot of that space that's empty.
Well, that's what I was referring to.
No.
I know nothing major, but Brandon Jacobs, first edition. There's Cadillac, first edition.
Nice.
Like I said, nothing compared to Gale Sayers' patch.
There he is, man.
Frank
That
Gore,
card
first
right
edition.
there, man. That card's going to be it.
Ronnie Brown, first edition.
The Kansas Comet just died, this past month, I think.
Who?
Gale Sayers.
Yeah. Not too long ago.
Depends on what we want to call the grades. Oh, this is shit.
Like, I'll pick up. I have no interest. Like, this card, a Luke Voigt, Topps Chrome rookie.
But
It's just I collect rookie cards of people. It's tough to like.
That's why
somebody how you collect. Like
that's why I used to build sets. Is because it wasn't the base part that I gave a shit about because they were usually all your stars.
Mm-hmm.
I did sets for the rookie class because that was the easiest way to ensure that you could get all your rookies. Yep.
Yeah.
So
I mean that's what.
There's you another.
Buy the whole set and then you'll have every card.
Yep. There's the silver Reebok variation that I've talked about before.
Nice.
That I'm surprised more people haven't bothered to go look in their 97 Skybox stuff to see if they have any of the rare variations.
Hey, do you have there's a hockey card. It's like 94, 95, I think. Somebody is in the stands. I think
Pierre Turgeon, I want to say, is Pinnacle, and I think it's Patrick Kane.
Yeah, and he's in the stands as a kid. I looked at my comments. I didn't have that one.
It's sort of like the Menendez, Mark Jackson.
Exactly.
People are selling that for like, I don't know how much, like a couple $100. I don't even know what it was. I'm like, what is this? I mean, I probably had like 12 of those.
Right. One might still pop up, but yeah, that kind of blew my mind. So
yeah, they don't sell for what they used to.
No, but the fads that go by so quickly. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt.
Here's a story. I picked this card up on my mail route from a guy. He said he got it sent to him incorrectly. He was supposed to get a record and he got this Drew Brees rookie.
Fleer.
Yeah, numbered to
Wow.
$13.50. I picked it up for 10. He says, I'll sell it to you for $10. I'm like, yep.
All day. All day, please.
And
All day,
Wow.
please.
you know, I look pretty close at what the condition of the card is. I haven't taken it out yet, but it's a definite candidate for grading without having any surface imperfections. But normally a card like this is probably like what, $30? I would say raw. I don't know.
More, you said a number,
Yeah, it depends. That'd be numbered.
It's probably more.
it might be down now because he's out, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
if they make a Super Bowl or a playoff run.
Well,
watch out.
this is like if you buy Peyton Manning stuff now because he's going to be in the Hall of Fame soon. This is one of those guys that you're going to be doing that same thing for. You know, this is, but yeah, just a weird oddity. You know,
I like stuff like that.
So Joey, I'll buy it from you for 15.
this is I'll take it out now. I'll show see what I can see. Or if it's what this was year 2000.
2001.
It's not the short print version. I'm just trying to look in the light for any surface imperfections. Let's see something.
Nice AP.
Wow.
But I'm thinking, since PSA 9s are like the new 10s, that's a 9. It's a 9.
It's a great looking card.
But I don't know. I mean, was I in the market to buy something that day? No, not really. You know, it just happened.
Yeah, but you do that all day long.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, those are like the good steals on eBay when you can't sleep or whatever.
Dave's buying his cards at like
4 a.m. auction.
3 in the morning.
And you just steal the crap out of something because of the timing.
Those are the stories too. I mean, I love stories where I just happened to be on eBay at the right second and picked up something for 5 cents when it usually sells for $50. You know, that kind of
Yep.
right place, right time. Stuff I love.
Well, that was one of the legacy collections that I got out of Flair Showcase in my last video. 99 cents, and it's because the idiot, and I'll call him an idiot. He listed it wrong. He called it like Regency collection or something, and I'm like, no, okay, time to really start evaluating this card. Sold for 99 cents, so I got it for $5 with shipping.
The set that I fell in with 98 Collector's Edge, it has all the stuff I want in a card. You can't really tell in here because it's in a BGS slab. It's tough to see, but shiny, sparkly, stuff from 1998. Here's me.
It's all shine.
Grading it because I thought it was awesome, and it's like a pop 2, and only 2 have been ever graded. And for me, I'm like, yeah, this has got everything. And I don't even you guys are on the inserts way more than I am. I'm going to have to eventually get into them more with Star stuff.
You're missing out.
Well, I'm not. It's just the lack of funds all the time. Oh, if I save up to get the autographs, and
I get it.
It just I have to wait on some stuff. But when I see stuff, for the right price, I snag it.
Is that Kerry Wood, Bob?
Holiday.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. It was. I looked up as you were.
Yeah. This was a big card at one point.
Joey Reyes. Yeah, he had a decent career, but when he got traded in the end there, everything fell apart.
Also, there's not a whole lot of insert Star stuff. It's weird. Lots of base cards. Like I recently picked up. This is probably a big one for him. It's the Select Prism.
Oh yeah.
There's bad boys.
Wasn't in insert sets. I don't know.
For whatever reason. Yeah.
I don't. Stuff.
Going back to this, I'm
nice.
telling you. So same card you saw this before. That's the gold parallel.
Huh.
Because
It's all subtle.
yeah, underneath like where the stat line is, you'll see
Yeah.
that the wording. That's gold.
Yep.
Like you can see like his years in the league, and then right below there's like a black box or circle around, and inside there's that yellow mustard yellowing or lettering.
Yeah, so there's white, red,
Green.
silver, gold, and green. Green's the hardest. That's why I have my my Emmett in a hard screw down case.
That was a big chase card for us back in the day.
The Force Sport.
Oh, the Forceport Gold.
Oh,
The
man.
LP or whatever.
LP8.
That was
LP8. And here's his counterpart.
that with the cream.
Yep.
That set, and if anybody collected then, it's tough to beat that classic, even though they weren't.
Yeah.
Elite Series, Joey.
These are.
We love that stuff, man.
I don't collect a whole lot of dupes of everything, but if someone sends me one along with it, that's why I have like a few of these. Out of 1,500, and the first like 150 or 100 were autographed, or 150. I've always wanted to get one of these BGS 9.5, but a lot of people didn't take care of their cards back then of these kind from 2001 or 2000.
No, and that seemed to be like a trend of and I'm not going to say the earlier, but the guys we know real well. People put together the autograph sets, because I remember Schmitty put that, I think, together.
Yep, he sold it at the National last 2018.
It might be 18, because I think that's when he sold a bunch of stuff to Michael. The NT 08 patch auto set. There's some, like, because I remember I bought them off Michael. I got a Lambert and I got a Joe Green.
Oh, and that Lambert that's been around in many, many hands. And that thing is just nasty. It's you can tell it's a jersey that was repaired like a couple of times, because that's the way they did things back then. That thing is so awesome.
Yeah, that might make an appearance next week. I would do some digging for certain J names, and there's like Stallworth, Green, and Lambert, and I know I've got
Jack Ham.
I've got a lot of all of them, so it's going to be a Pittsburgh heavy show next week without giving away too much.
Oh, so Bob needs to pop some popcorn.
Yeah,
and then so does Vinny.
Yeah.
Now, I always wanted to ask a lot of collectors and people that know football.
Yes.
What are the big, in your opinion, name a couple of the biggest snubs that not in the Hall of Fame? Like, or anyone hit that first one? Because I have a few that I've always had a pet peeve on, where they just never have made it in. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, Terrell Davis was on my list for the longest time, but that finally became a reality, which is a good thing, but also sucks because it created more competition than what was once there.
Well, the one that there is actually two: Joe Klecko and LC Greenwood. They're in the Hall of Very Great for some reason. They just don't get in the Hall of Fame for whatever reason. Mark Gastineau too. Out of any of those three players, I'd say Joe Klecko is the biggest snub. Why he isn't there is beyond me. It's beyond me. Namath shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Titles.
Exactly. It was,
and that's one thing that drives me nuts is, titles has such a substantial weight for classification to get into the Hall of Fame. A lot of people will argue with me about Terrell Davis. You know, his career was short. I get it. But so was Jim Brown's.
Barry Sanders, 9 years.
Yep.
So, but Terrell was 7. Jim Brown was 7, if I'm not mistaken. But if you look at, and you can even remove the 2,000-yard season. You can remove the Super Bowls, the Super Bowl wins per se. If Denver would have lost those Super Bowls, his career in the postseason is ridiculous. You go look at his stats in the postseason, you would be flabbergasted. I mean, that's almost like a career in itself.
He was lucky enough to make it to the postseason. See, and the thing is, I never got why Klecko and Gastineau never made it in. And they're in a big New York market where the Jets are huge. But I guess no one has any love for the Jets for whatever reason.
Well, then you had Miami winning the divisions or whatever. Then the Jets, I don't think were really great. I don't remember because again, I was like 4 or 5 then. But I mean, you had Freeman McNeil, you had Klecko, Gastineau, you had Kenny O'Brien, Al Toon. But I don't remember ever, again, not that I'm a football historian, but it's not like they were successful. So you didn't have like, okay, they went to the Super Bowl or whatever.
But like, you have every linebacker from the Steel Curtain except for L.C. Greenwood. What?
Yeah,
I agree.
the people around here, they just think it's a numbers thing. Like to have all them in there, it's like a political thing essentially. You know, like we can't. I mean, they all can't be in. That team can't have that many Hall of Famers on it, but
Sure they can.
Yes.
sure they can. Right? Exactly. That's what made it great before free agency.
So
and all that.
they put L.C. Greenwood by himself on the bench.
Didn't Donnie Shell got in last year, right?
He made it to the NFL greatest set. L.C. Greenwood did, which is nothing but Hall of Famers for the most part, except for like L.C. Greenwood and Mark Gastineau is in it. You're just like, why aren't these guys in there?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, but on the flip side, I'm like you. I think there's people that are in there that shouldn't.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm going to catch a lot of shit for saying this. Troy Aikman should not be in the Hall of Fame.
Troy Aikman has Jay Cutler numbers.
The only reason why Troy Aikman is in the Hall of Fame is because of 3 Super Bowls.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
I mean,
You know, you look at Emmitt Smith, all-time rushing leader. Okay, well-deserved. Granted, he had the best offensive line ever to step foot on the football field. You know, I could have ran for that many yards behind that offensive line. Okay, Dave,
look what
you,
Arizona
Bob,
afterward.
that's my point. In Arizona, I mean, that was evident. He was not.
He was going for the title, the rushing title, and that was
Yeah, that's the only reason why. And but he wanted X amount of money, and that's the issue. And Dallas didn't want to pay it because he was slowly decreasing in, productivity. So I would venture to say there's more people that are in the Hall of Fame that shouldn't be, and others that should be because of, maybe not because of, or, their grading system, their lack of putting things in perspective for that era, or what they did for the team type situation.
Look at the number of punters and kickers in the Hall of Fame. What is it, 2?
See, I would expect to see more kickers than punters. However,
the only punter in the Hall of Fame, if I'm correct.
Who?
Ray Guy. That's it.
yeah, from the Raiders.
The only punter in the Hall of Fame.
Leckler should be.
Rude is the only one I can reel off at the top of my head. I don't know.
Morton Anderson Morton Anderson? Did he finally get in?
Here's another one. Morton Anderson's in the Hall. There's 2. One punter? That's all I know of is one punter. So
yeah, that's
it's ridiculous.
And I can understand the lack of love but at the same time, they are just as important because football is a
team sport.
I wasn't going to go to that extreme, but it's field position game. A punter can make all the difference in the world. If you freaking can boot the ball 65 yards, you completely flipped the field and making it that much more difficult for a team to drive. As long as you have a good defense. Now, if you have a shitty defense, a 65, 70-yard punt doesn't mean shit.
Guilty of that here. But, like, I have to tell people constantly around here that it's not the Green Bay Aaron Rodgers. It's the Green Bay Packers. It's not one person to make this football team go. Yes, granted, he does big weight on his shoulders being the quarterback of the Packers. But he's not the be-all, end-all. You know, there's other people on this team.
So is it Jordan Love that's the
Yes.
He's not even our second-string quarterback.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, he's.
We got Tim Boyle behind it, and if we ever had to play either one of them, we'd be in trouble. Yes.
Who's Rogers' backup?
Tim Boyle.
I don't even know that name. Wow.
Exactly. Because if you knew his name, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
Well, we played with Duck Hodges last year, so I don't want to hear it.
Let's not talk about no-name quarterbacks.
Yeah. Wow. Jeez, what a debacle that was.
I mean, that was so unfair to the Broncos. Look what they're bending over backwards for the Ravens right now. And they're saying, Broncos, you're playing on Sunday. Okay.
The guy had heart. I'll give him credit. And the deck was stacked against him. And
I got like 3 cooks there.
I'll be right back, guys.
But yeah, I mean, what is the NFL saying right there? We're going to make Denver play on Sunday, but Ravens can wait till Monday. Tuesday at it. Let's do it Wednesday.
Tomorrow at 3:30. That's so crazy. I'll be at work listening to the pregame. Oh, here you go. This is for you, Dave.
Quicksand?
Z Team. Barry.
Those you look and again, I know it's different production rates. You look at what the football sells for, and that's like, okay, I think I got my Favre for under 10. You look at any hockey player, any of them, 93 select.
Yeah, 94 select. Yeah, the bus. Canton bound.
Okay.
Great set. Go ahead.
You look at baseball, and again, Griffey and I think Thomas sell. I know Griffey sells really well, and Thomas sells fairly well, and the other guys you can pick up artist proof, which again, those are very tough to discern if you don't have the right picture.
Yeah, I mean, this is the museum, and so if it's just that corner, if you don't catch it, then
yeah, people aren't gonna.
So this is one of my pet peeves. Here, we'll talk about pet peeves. So this right here, the Warren Moon, jersey card in his Houston uniform, Houston jersey patch, right? Mm-hmm. But it's a Kansas City card.
I do not like that at all.
No, you might just tell me it's player worn then at that point. I'm just like, no, I'm not going to deal with it.
It was cut from a personally worn, game-worn jersey by Warren Moon.
97 legend set is...
Here's a Kajana Carter autographed phone card that I traded a 94 finest Jordan, the number 45 jersey, and traded that card for this.
Oh,
you did well.
Oh,
this was going to set me apart from other collectors. Hey, there's Mark.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Oh, this way.
You're talking about football. Do you know anything about football?
See you later.
Good talk. Good talk. Oh, here, talk about die cuts. Here's one.
Hey, wait a second. What is this? What is this? Just immediately start getting razzed. Just immediately start getting razzed. I think it's time to take a serious look in the mirror. This is your chance to reflect.
Reflect.
Joey, where do you live?
I live just an hour and 15 minutes up north of Green Bay.
So like
now I'm really
Michigan.
leaving.
Right at Menominee.
Menominee Falls?
No, Menominee. The Menominee Falls is a different place, but we're the southern tip of the UP.
Oh,
Very right
cool.
there. Look at that shine. That's a rice.
Yeah.
That's status.
Status out of 80. That was a cool concept, doing it to the jersey number.
He's probably like, I probably have 7 of those.
Yeah, that's what so that's something like I want to be able to send Nate a Bonds card that he doesn't have. I want to be able to send Bart a Rice card, but like
It's hard.
that's like near impossible. You know what I mean?
What's going on in the chair behind you, Bob?
Probably cats and dogs.
It was like
getting
rocking
along.
violently.
So since Dave was showing patches, my only 2 patch sets that I own,
Absolute.
certified mirror gold.
Oh, certified.
Nice.
So this is all the jumbos. I'm not going to go through all of them. I
Are
was
the
going to try.
numbered the same?
Yeah, all numbered to 25.
Here, Dave. This one's coming to you, Dave.
Yeah.
The drunk.
Number 2000. Carrie.
The only reason they call him that, I've said it, I'm sure 1,000 times when I've got one in a video.
Oh, that's
I
nice.
still remember when he was cut by Carolina after
The NFC.
like the DUI or whatever. Him coming out of the jail or whatever it was, the holding tank at like 5 a.m. with a stogie in his mouth.
Oh, is it like that photo or something of him?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I screwed up. I gotta go sleep. It's just like,
Who
I
is
don't
that?
care.
Gary Collins.
Gary Collins. Nice.
Ready.
I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna invest more time in you, Kerry Collins.
I mean, they had a wild run to face the Packers NFC Championship. Demolish.
Hey, Mark, what are you vaping there, dude?
Oh, it's not vape. It's tobacco. Regular tobacco.
Oh, wacky tobacco.
No, not wacky tobacco. I get drug tested. Can't do that.
Legal here in Michigan, but I'm a federal employee, so
So am I.
so
Yeah, we can't do it, even if
no,
it's legal.
doesn't matter if it's legal in this state or not.
You guys know any Quincy Carter fans?
He got hot for like seconds.
Coming at you, Dave.
What part of the government do you work in?
Postal Service. I deliver this crap. Oh, I'm aiming this stuff.
Nice.
There's an old rookie. Ace Williams. He's in the Hall of Fame,
Good old,
right?
good old action pack.
I loved Action Pack. That was my
Yeah.
when I was like
He's
12.
a big boy.
Ace?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, my computer's about to die, guys.
Beanie Wells.
Show one more.
Beanie Wells, he was a monster in college.
Yeah, he was. Ohio. Oh gosh, out of 5.
So I have this set.
Out of 5?
No, so the Leaf certified mirror gold patch set. Take it easy, Bob.
There you go.
See, Bob?
Great time.
So only
check me
5
out,
sets
Can I do
can
a
be
plug real
completed.
quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Essential Credentials tomorrow at 9. I'll be on there. Matt and I will be talking about
Your
hobby
collecting.
experiences in 2020. come join the conversation.
I may have to. We may
Yep.
have to.
What time? What time is it?
9 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be awesome.
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 With such conviction.
Yeah. Jeez.
So that one.
It will be awesome. Please join us.
It'll be at least a Gem Mint 11 for sure.
Oh, sure.
Later,
But
guys.
no,
See you, dude.
take it easy, Bob. Thanks for hanging out.
Definitely.
No, that set. Trying to think of how many cards are in it. 50, I think. So they're all numbered to 25 or less, and only 5 sets can be completed because of that Beanie Wells.
5, right?
And I am one of the 5.
Is there any more less than that are also numbered to 5 in that you don't have?
No, there's only the one number to 5. There's so I just had it. There's a couple. So Matt Ryan's a short print, and then I think there's a couple other guys. So that's the Matt Ryan. That's numbered to 15. And then there's a couple that are numbered to 10. But for the most part, everything is numbered to 25.
When I did a Topps Magic stamp set, that was all numbered to 10. And I completed it. It had like 50 players in it. That took me like 3.5 years, and I thought, oh, that was nothing that would beat that. But that was insane to try to complete that. I just look at the Tom Brady that was in that set that I got for like, I don't know, $30. It sold for like $250 the other day.
So what's interesting? So it took me less than a year to complete this. I had a lot of help. There was it up to par 84? He was trying this set for a while, and he had 15, 16 of them already. And I purchased what he had already built. So that was a good running start. The set was complete for quite some time. No Beanie Wells had popped up. And I knew it was going to be one of those in which the minute it popped up, I was going to have to pay strong. I paid $90 for that Beanie Wells. Granted, it's a card. I mean, that's a logo patch. I mean, the patch is beautiful. I would expect something that nice in a low number parallel. I mean, let's be realistic. When you're talking about patches, the lower the number, the better the patch should look, right? But it was the only one that I needed to complete the set. So it popped up. I bought it. It was a buy it now. I didn't even hesitate. The Tom Brady was actually a gift from my adept, Steve, in Houston. He pulled it in a box of certified. And I was like, oh, crap, I need that one. And without hesitation, it was like, here.
Yeah.
And it was like, now it sells for like $100, $120, just because it's Brady.
I didn't have my set complete for 2.5 weeks, and someone purchased from me that was following my YouTube and eBay habits. They would message me through like eBay Messenger and stuff like that. I had it for 2.5 weeks, and I made like, from what I put into the set, it was more hard acquiring the cards than it was the prices on them. So I think I made like, I don't know, my first big sale was like, I had like $1,000 profit just on what I put together. Wow. I don't even know if I want to sell it. Wasn't even thinking about it. But then telling me I'm going to make $1,000 like right now, I guess I said, okay. And they all got spread apart, but out of 10, it was just so tough. I mean, it was like, I kind of started it as a joke. I didn't even think it would actually happen. But then I was all into it. All it was is a 6-cent stamp. And the reason why I was collecting it because I was a mailman. I didn't know. I was like, oh, this is perfect for me. There was no autograph. There was no patch. Just a 6-cent football stamp. A legit stamp.
Oh, wait.
2010 Topps Magic.
Okay.
But they made the stamp for 1969. They were legitimate 6-cent stamps, and that's all they are. But it was the pro football logo, and that's why. And that's all it was. So it was just an oddity thing. But that was my first like I really accomplished something. Make a set of like 50 players, all numbered to 10. It seems impossible. I wouldn't even try to attempt it now.
No. Well, and to be brutally honest, I got interested in that set. So I started doing the freshman fabric mirror gold jumbo patch set just because it's a jumbo patch. I know it's not game used. It's from rookies,
Yeah, rookies, we understand.
But it was one of those in which the rookie class had depth. And it was one of those that I stumbled across the regular mirror gold patch set, and I'm thinking, okay, let me go look at the checklist, see how many cards, not paying attention to serial numbering. If I would have known that there was a card number to 5 in there, I would have never tried it.
Yeah.
But I happened to get lucky, and one finally did pop, and I was able to acquire it and call it complete.
When certain, like, I don't even hesitate. That's why I do the set, the Spectra Hall of Fame set that I do, because there's going to be 50. I just lost out on another Jojo Lemelier while I was gone here, but there's 50 of them. I never worry about losing out on an auction on this. So eventually they'll show up. But if it was numbered to 10 or 5, you have to almost buy it as soon as you see it. I don't know if I could do that. Not anymore. That's tough on a collector.
Well,
you had to be.
Without a doubt, I was on eBay all the freaking time looking for those because I couldn't miss out on the beanie. I mean, that was other ones. Yes, I still had to pay attention to everything numbered to 25. No, is it 25 or is it 50? Shit, I don't even remember anymore. I'll have to go look at some of the other cards that aren't the short prints. The first two I pulled out, of course, are the short prints. But that's the only 2 patch sets I've ever put together, and I've only put together 1 autograph set. Everything else has been base sets with rookies. And
yeah,
that autograph set almost freaking killed me. And do I regret part of it? Yes, because it's rookies. So it's the 2006 Topps Chrome Rookie Autograph set. And the only reason why I put it together is I pulled a Reggie Bush, which was the top card at the time. And I'm like, well, shit, the hardest one is off the list. Let's do this.
Didn't they had the veteran autograph Chrome cards, and I can't remember what year, but I remember like Randall Cobb being one of them or whatever. I don't know what year it was, maybe 2011 Topps Chrome. But I remember someone doing the set on Blowout, and I just like, wow, they just never show up. And when they do, they're not numbered, but they must be under 10. And that guy was trying to complete it. I mean, good for you. I mean,
15, I think.
Is it 15?
I'm trying to think because I think Phillips had the Cobb. The thing is, at the Cobb's the picture of against the Bears.
Right. And I think there's
it's either 10 or 15.
Aaron Rodgers was in it, and 2. I just know that I was looking at someone like, wow, I just never seen some of these guys. Rodgers is doing like the fist pump thing, and something that I'd never even thought was even in that product. I'm like, well, look at these cards, like the variations is like, wow. But there's people doing that stuff, and there's I don't know if the guy ever completed it, but Jesus, what a thing to take on. And he needed like oddball people. It wasn't like the guy was like had like multiples of every one of the guys. Insane. But I mean, they're set collectors. I mean, I totally give every set collector all the props in the world to try to complete something. I mean, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
anything outside of a base set or whatever. Props is not even the proper term. I don't think we've invented a term that dictates like the dedication, even from a vintage set perspective. I mean, Mark, I know you're working on your vintage set,
Yeah.
and I don't remember what year it is.
Yeah, it's 68. I think the word you're looking for is sympathy.
No,
somebody-
no,
for some-
no, no,
Empathy.
no. It's not even that.
It's
There is a different form of dedication when it comes to completing a set. When you're talking patches, autographs, patch autos, those type of things, it's dedication, but that's like almost crazy dedication.
Yeah.
For
Focus.
you working on a vintage set, that level of dedication though is also on another level, because here we are in 2020. I mean, that's 68 years old.
The problem is I didn't know what I was getting into, but I already started it, so I can't just not finish it.
I'm not a quitter either. If I start something, I will see it through until the end. And thankfully, I made good decisions on what I was trying to collect, and I ended up enjoying everybody. I've never gave up on a set. I don't do a whole lot of sets. I do my one huge set, but before I used to do something just to pass the time, like I did them 09 UD Black Football, just the base flag pack set. I have all those cards. I think there's like 80 of them in there, and it's just, I thought they were awesome. The whole 09 UD Black thing was one of my favorite sets of all time. So
one of the best ever.
It had some college uniforms for the rookie stuff, but there was no redemptions. Upper Deck says we're not having any of that shit. It was all on card stuff. I mean,
gold ink. It was beautiful.
They didn't release the product until they had everyone in it. It's what cards should be. There shouldn't be 85 different products. There should be a small amount of quality versus all the stuff that they give us now. You're just like, you don't even know where to go for stuff now. It's just like, what do I pick? Well, people still buy it. I understand, but Upper Deck put out some quality products, and I miss them dearly.
Exquisite. Exquisite was phenomenal. UD Black. I still think Black was, in my opinion, was underrated.
It's still, I love that stuff.
That was well done. The film cell autos.
Oh, those are sick.
Just some of the concepts that they came up with that was just a well-designed, phenomenal set.
Not one sticker, not one redemption. Everything was beautiful and well thought out, and they did not release it until they had everybody. And that's a job in itself. And you just ask these companies, but they were back then, we're going to put out a quality product, and that's what they said. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to have, because Upper Deck had redemptions and stuff. But they said, not in this product, we're not going to. And it lasted 1 year. You're like, what happened? Because logistically, it was hard to do. It's just, but they made sure when that product came out, thank goodness it had a great, it wasn't a great class, but it had some good stuff in there. But I mean, I have probably 7 or 8 different kinds of cards from that set in my Packers PC box. When they show up, I can't get enough of them.
No, well designed all the way through. That's one of those in which when Upper Deck lost their license from a pro, or I should say an NFL perspective, and they just had the Players Association. A lot of that stuff lost its luster, I think. But 09 UD Black by far is still one of my all-time favorite sets.
We found some at the 14 National in Cleveland. We found 3 boxes of it just randomly on some dealer's table. We bought them instantly. There's none of it left. We used to open that stuff on Blog TV like it was going out of style.
Oh yeah, all the breaks, the mixed breaks for football usually always had a pack of, or I should say a box, even though it was more a pack of UD Black. A lot of baseball mixers had it, and I mean, I opened my fair share through the hobby box years ago, just because, I mean, the product was just beautiful. I mean, it was so well done.
The cuts in it, you're getting a cut out of that. I remember it was like so exciting. You're like, but there was like 1 per case in that stuff. Yep. Who did I pull a cut of? I pulled a Luke Rosa cut, and I thought it was like the world. I actually gave that to Stoddy Boy Dave, and he still has it. So I mean, it's one of those products that you don't let go of once you get a card of your PC in there.
I bought the Hank Stram from Julian and sent it to John Smith, Mr. Smitty.
Yeah, it was like the same circle. It was just everybody was looking out for everybody for that point. Yeah, Julian pulled that. I remember he was so excited about pulling that Hank Stram. He thought, yeah, we were going crazy.
Yeah, but the only disappointing part of that is Smitty knew early on. I mean, if you go back and watch the video, because this was Christmas 2011, I think is when I sent out some pretty redonkulous stuff that year. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I had a hell of a lot of fun doing it. That's for sure. But he had alluded it to in his video. He's like, in your recent video, you said there was a card that in the package from Julian, and I have a feeling I know what it is. And if this is what I think it is, basically like you suck type situation, in a nice way, of course.
Right. Oh man, yeah. People says, "Oh man, don't do this to me," because it's gonna drive me nuts. Because when we sent stuff to each other, it was like massive. At least I love bombarding people. Like we're just making it well thought out. Smitty did it to me numerous times, where he would I'm like, I didn't have no idea anything he was sending me, and I was worried every single time because I'm like, oh man, he's just gonna demolish me on camera. It's great,
But those were the years in which the just because was the just because.
Mm-hmm.
There was never any strings attached. You were always thinking about others, and not to one up anybody else. It wasn't like a competition by any stretch of the imagination. The only competition there was is with what you had sent previously. You were trying to one up what you did before. It was a competition with yourself to say, okay, I sent him this last time. Okay, what can I do to knock his socks off this time type situation? And it's one of those in which in those prime years, I guess, if you got it just because, the expectation was never there to return the favor. However, you did everything you could to make sure that favor was returned.
I mean, I just got one from I got it just because of a Bart Starr autograph, and nothing cheap either, from a guy I've never met and only known through a Facebook group. And I've talked many times through Messenger. I didn't think that kind of stuff existed as much as it does. I'm like, he just hit me with something like that. That's huge. I mean, in fact, we were just talking about Smitty. Smitty sent me my first Bart Starr autograph. I have it.
Did he?
And that kind of what sparked where I'm at right now. What happened was we were doing the Raz stuff, and this Bart Starr National Treasures autograph was come up for Raz, and I had like one spot in it, and we were doing, I think it was a ping pong ball thing. I don't remember what it was. I was down to the last 3, and I was devastated I missed out on it. I spent like $18 on this Raz, which is a ton back then. And I was just devastated. And he sends me this Barstar autograph out of nowhere. I'm just like,
That's awesome.
that's the kind of guy Smitty was. And just like, so I hit him with everything I could with Eric Berry. I mean, multiple times. It was hard. But he was someone I still talk to this day. So it doesn't, it's a friend we made. He hasn't done much card things in a long time, but still one of the nicest people you ever met. I love seeing him at the National when he comes to Chicago. If he goes this year too, I'll be very happy to see him too.
Well, like we always say, I don't want to say life gets in the way, but the older we get, the more adult responsibilities we have, and sometimes that takes away from our hobby and our passion for collecting and everything else. And there's never anything wrong with it, but Dave alludes to it frequently. Every once in a while, it'd be nice to just see something from some of those guys to say, hey, I'm still around, not really collecting anymore. I'm doing this now. I'm doing this now, just to give an update of what's going on. Because like for me, I lost a lot of people's phone numbers when my phone crapped out. Only a small handful of people have my work cell. And that's the only way that I can, be contacted these days is, through my work cell, because I actually disconnected my personal line for cost reasons. It wasn't worth paying for my personal line when, I have a work phone that my company pays for and, people can get me there. So I lost contact with a lot of folks. And yeah, I know there's Facebook. I know there's Instagram. I know there's other ways to do it. But at the same time, if they're like me, I'm not on Facebook ever. I'm on Facebook maybe once every 3 or 4 months. So that's not something that I've ever leveraged to reach out to people.
Fellas, I gotta go to bed. I'm glad I could add so much to the conversation. And
you enhanced it greatly. You enhanced it greatly.
I could have just put the pipe here and just left. I didn't know it was gonna be such a hit.
But you were here. That's all that matters.
Here. I will be here again, gentlemen.
Always have a good one, Mark. Thanks for stopping in.
See ya, dudes.
Take care, Mark.
Wow, we've had some A+ guys stopping in today. I just now realized. I'm sorry. I just now caught this on the comment. Mark promoting his OnlyFans. Oh, geez, that's great. Sorry, I just couldn't help but call that one out.
Know that I'd met. I think the 2 times I've been to like the pre-trade national or whatever at Ryan's shop. That's when I first met Michael, Luke, Smitty, and then like John Summers and some of those other guys too. So again, it's you sit there, you watch, you have conversations back through YouTube and the message system or the private message, then through blog, somebody go on there, you'd see how people actually were. It wasn't a front like I think a lot of people are now. I mean, I get at the beginning of like a YouTube, not a career, but when you get on there, you sort of want to be cautious. You don't want to, hey, these are my so-called skeletons, or this is what some of the things I really dislike, or some of my trials and tribulations. You want to sort of get on there, get a base, and then see where it goes from there. So, I mean, we knew people before we knew people. And that's, I mean, just going to like there. And then Ben, You'll Show Your Hits was, I think, the second one I was at too. And then Mick came over from North Carolina. So, I mean, it's like, you see these people and it's like, this is great that we're talking. It's YouTube or blog or in person. But Smitty it's different than him because I didn't know he smoked at all. I mean, we're going outside like every 15 minutes so he can burn one. And then I'm finally like, fuck, here, I got a bag of shit for you. And it was a bunch of like Jamal Charles, Barry stuff, all the Kansas City stuff. Some guy had, and I want to say he was out of like the Boston area, a bunch of Charles 101s. And I remember John liking the Emerald, which is odd because Kansas City has nothing to do with Emerald. Not even Emerald 404 Adam. It was the complete opposite of what you expect. So I remember messaging him way back whenever that was 2016, 2017, and saying, are you going to go after these? Because, I mean, there's a slew of them that were going off, and it was sort of like what Carlos has had with Madonna, except in auction form. And he's like, I might go after a couple, but again, funds are tight, whatever. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's understandable. So I was like, good. I know I can pluck a couple, hopefully for cheap, and surprise him. Because again, that was end of January, so I knew I would hopefully be seeing him in whatever 3 months. And so I was able to get, I think, the 2014 Bowman, the Emerald 101. I want to say a mirror emerald out of LCM to 5. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. I mean, I don't even remember what it was, but I just had it, and I'm like, okay, good. My regret was not doing that video, because, I mean, he's just like trying to take drags on the smoke. He's like, holy shit, you got this. I'm like, yep. Like, you didn't tell me. I'm like, no shit, Einstein.
That's the point.
I'm like, I know you're in, well, no, he was in Kansas, I think, because he wasn't in Missouri. He was over in Kansas. I'm like, are you really that stupid? I'm like, that makes it no fun.
Yeah, why ruin the fun? And by the way, Joey, the patch set, the regular mirror, they're numbered to 50, and I think there's like 4 or 5 short prints.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that bothers me. I hate when they short print one certain. That's why I don't start anything like that. That's why I'm doing the set that I do. It's all Hall of Famers. It's all numbered to 50. There's really not a whole lot to worry about. All on card. It's shiny. It hits a lot of check marks. So if something like that, if that kind of set was going to have some number to 5 or 10, I would be pretty upset. I told Panini that too. I said, you never change the serial number count. Leave it be.
Well, and that's what gives it some of the traction, though, too. I mean, you may have people come and go, like you've alluded to, trying to complete the set or things along those lines. But, consistency is key. And, that's the one thing in which all manufacturers have somewhat had issues with, I guess. You go back and watch a lot of Sevens videos, for instance, and some of his sets that he would put together, his patch sets and everything else. And it would never fail. The set that he wanted to work on, there was a 101 or something numbered to 2 or a few numbered to 3 or 5. And he's just like, that's stupid. It's one of those in which, think of all collectors. I mean, we all understand the stigma around low serial numbers. I mean, we get it. And there's a lot of collectability there. But for individuals that they are collectors by nature and they're set collectors, that's their preference, you're really starting to slight those individuals to where it's like, you know what? Screw you. I'm not gonna support a manufacturer who can't keep things somewhat consistent. Now, if you want to do a few short prints, but if it's a set number to 50 and you have a few numbered to 25, okay, that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start getting 15, 10, 5, or a 101 or something along those lines, or those low numbers in a 50 card, a 40 card set type situation, you're really like pushing these people away from those products.
Like,
and
the NFL Greatest set has a short print Emmitt Smith to 10. Why? When everything else is 25, why? I mean, so now you're telling me as one of the best sets you could ever put together, there's only could be 10 possible sets. Oh,
And unless it has stuff to do with like the player contracts, for whatever reason, if they're coming at the end of the contract and it's like, okay, we're paying for X number of autographs and we screwed up because we put too many in this one set and now we only have X remaining to put in this set. I mean, I could see where that could come into play just because of, information that we got in Carlos's interview with Carvin Chung. But even me personally, I don't think that always would be the case. It's you've got some douchebag in the creative department who's like, you know what? I'm going to be a dick and make one card in a full set serial numbered less because I can. And people are going to go after it. People are going to buy it.
They will. And it's so hard. There's so many people that tried that set and they get into it saying, I've never seen an Emmitt Smith. Well, I know where 2 of them are right now. So there's only 8 possible sets to be made.
Well, and that's the other thing though, too. So some people aren't willing to make the connections through like what we have from the YouTube perspective or even the Instagram community perspective. I know most people who are on YouTube have an Instagram account. But even from that perspective, if you don't branch out and start trying to form relationships, friendships, or whatever, for something like that, the chances of you being able to come across said card or even have an opportunity to acquire said card, you're limiting those opportunities because you're not branching out.
That's one thing I don't have any problem with. I think branching out and is critical to my success of getting the stuff that I have already. If you don't, you're missing out on huge things for your collection. That's secondary, but the relationships that you can make along the way, that's number one. Because there's a lot of like-minded people like us three and many collectors that this wouldn't be as fun if we didn't have that part of the hobby into it. And I feel like a lot of the newer collectors are really not into it as much as like that. They're more into saying what we can have and what we can sell. I don't mind selling things, but I tell you what, that's secondary. I find everything in the hobby fun to us, even the mundane things. If I didn't, I wouldn't do it. So, but I tell you what, the connection part, if it didn't have it here, I don't think I would have stuck doing what I was doing. There's every card over here. If it was someone sent it to me or it had a good story, I remember exactly what that card is about. It's a little harder now because I'm getting older and I have a lot more than I've ever thought I would. And I explained that in one of my other videos that I had to go through my Instagram twice because I couldn't remember if I had this damn card or not. And I overlooked it the first time and I found it the second time. But I guess that's first world problems. I mean, having too many, just can't remember. But most of the ones I have tied in with the story, if it was from someone that said, I have this card, I want to sell it to you for this, or I want to trade it to you for this because I know it's better for you to have in your collection. All that stuff, I don't need to write it down. It's right up here. Things that stick out always stay in your mind clear. Days, years, decades down the line.
For those that appreciate that, though.
Yes, for those who do. Yes.
And those that have a tendency to be here and be a part of the podcast and things along those lines share a lot of that mentality and that thought process. I hate to admit it, there are like some base inserts and stuff that I've gotten from other people that I probably couldn't tell you specifically. And I hate to say that, but like my autographs and my patches and my jerseys and stuff along those lines for both PCs, I remember. I know the stories. I know where they came from.
Well, I tell you what, because your PC is so extensive now, I can't assume that you're going to remember every base or insert that you got from somebody, unless the ones that stick out, like you were just like not expecting something, or you just that's the ones. But you never forget those people. No matter
No.
if they sent you just even a little thing. Last national, Michael Shane just hands me a Bart Star patch card. He says, "I got a little something for you." To me, that's not a little something. Believe me, that's a huge something. First of all, you're thinking of me, and second of all, you're spending your hard-earned money on me. Wow, if you don't think that's amazing, then you're in the wrong hobby. Someone thinking about you that way.
But remember, it's all relative. It's all subjective. I always would have a tendency to put, hey, a little something for the PC in my little notes, that type of thing. And not that you're trying to downplay it by any stretch of the imagination as the person who's giving it, because for those people who appreciate the thought, it is going to be a big thing. Big or small, huge, cheap, expensive, it doesn't matter. It really is the thought. It's the thought that counts. And the fact that they took the time, whether they spent their money or they pulled it or they were in a group rate, the fact that they thought of you, that is what puts everything over the top. And too many people these days want to fix some sort of value on things. Okay, so Joey, if I sent you a card that was, $1,000, that's the focal point for some people. And it's way beyond that. If it truly is about the connections and the friendships, money is irrelevant.
Oh, 1,000%.
It is irrelevant. And as I was sorting through cards, asking Ed and Bob and Vinny, it's like these things are I have no connection to them other than the fact that I pulled them, and the fact that if they would be more appreciated somewhere else, I would rather give that to somebody else, and then they have the story and they know that I pulled it. It wasn't something that I purchased. Not that there's any more weight on me pulling it over them purchasing it or me purchasing or anything along those lines. That's not what I'm saying. But it truly is the thought. And as I start sorting through a lot of stuff, that's a lot of the things that I think about. It's like, okay, I've had these for X number of years. They're sitting here collecting dust. Who can appreciate these? Not that I don't appreciate them. I just know that there are other people who would appreciate them more.
Yeah, when I started back collecting, I didn't understand PC. I was trying to collect anything and everything, and which is so hard to do. Dave does an amazing job of what he's organizing now. I just found it hard to keep. I needed a focus. If I don't focus on something, I'm spread out. I don't know what I have no direction. So I had to focus myself. And that's one of the hardest things to do. If I got something for somebody else, it was a well thought out process. That's the cool thing about it. it's I used to do a lot of group breaks though too, so it was easier to get multi stuff in. That's how I started. Like, oh, look, I have some stuff from this team. I have some stuff from this team. Well, after a while, that stuff wasn't satisfying my collecting thoughts. I'm like, It's nice, but it doesn't really mean that as much to me as it does this guy. So I'm going to send it to this guy, and I'm going to find something that's more for me. And I've watched and learned for years now of how people collect. A lot of the way I'm collecting now is after watching Michael Phillips with his Clay Matthews PC. I says, I need to start, and I told him, that was one thing, I'm going to start doing some research and thinking about, I want to start a player PC. I just don't know who. And I ended up falling onto this one. And it's the most satisfying thing I've ever, I didn't know if I was even going to like collecting like this, but it fell into my lap and I'm like, I should have been doing this years ago. So I was stringing myself out with all these different teams and I'm like, oh, this guy is awesome. It'd be nice to have 8 different Derrick Henry autos. Sure. But like I said, it'd be in another person's hands would appreciate it more. I also found out my collecting ways, I don't need multiple of anything much of the same card. I'm kind of one and done. It saves me on money for one thing. And it just, I want other Packer fans and Bart Starr of guys that want to have a Bart Starr card. I want them to enjoy a card too. You know, I don't need that. I don't ever had the need or to collect dupes. Only reason if I get a dupe right now here and there is like the price is right, and I can move it for a different star down the line because it's star for star is easy to work out. When it's star for a different player, it's hard. So very seldom do you see me with a dupe. That's why I go by uniques. But if you want to get into that, a lot of the question in that Facebook group, I don't know if you've seen it, what is considered a unique? Just because it's a different number on the same card, people were counting that like a card out of 100, they had 5 of them. That's 5 uniques. I'm like, no, sir. That is one card.
Yep. Unique is different.
Yeah. It's
End of conversation.
Everything in the card is the same except for the number, which makes it still the same card. It's just a different number of that. And people were counting that. I'm like, how do you do that?
No.
See, yeah, here's me getting on a tangent, but you know what I mean?
But that could be considered a pet peeve, since that's the topic.
But I don't call people out on it. If that's the way you want to collect and you count it, that is fine. I was just like, for me, no way. No.
But at the same time, we're not here to call out anybody or, criticize what they would consider by any stretch of the imagination. But at the same time, it's one of those in which, and it goes along the same lines of what's the definition of a super collector or what's the true definition of a rookie. These are all debatable topics. But if I think of like a traditionalist when it comes to collecting, for instance, I would be hard pressed to find a way to argue the point of I have 25, 22, and 21 of 25 and consider that 3 unique autographs. Because if you look at the term unique, that does not qualify as the definition of unique.
See, this is what I do for my star stuff. There's multiple different parallels autographs. Like certified 2013 certified has a green out of 5, a gold out of 10 or 15, 10, and a black 101. I consider my gold and my green 2 different cards. It's different. But
if it's different serial numbering, if you have 25, right, 10, 5, 1, those are different cards. Those are unique.
I don't have 2 autographs that are numbered to 50 that look exactly the same. not going to happen. I count that as one. So just to get your numbers up, you can say I have 5 of this insert. So that's 5 different cards. Well, if you want to, if it makes you feel better, but it's not.
You can call it. I mean, you can put it in your counts. So if you say you have 3,000 Josh Johnson cards, for instance, but then most people would then say, okay, of that 3,000, how many unique? And I know Dave, he's a traditionalist, and yes, I'm using that term. He's going to go through and count the different cards. He may have 50 of a Topps Chrome Refractor number to 500, but he's only going to count that as one unique card. But his total count is X, his unique count is Y.
Right. I try
to. The thing I 100% there, just as a collector, though, let's say 97 UD game jersey TD. He's got one in the orange, he's got one in white, like for the piece on the card. I'd still consider it as one, but collector me would be like, you know what? If there's a white and there's a orange, I really want to get one of each, because me thinking as a collector, that's what I do. But that's only for like those types of things. Or if like there's a Josh Johnson A and G, the Allen and Ginter jersey, okay, there's going to be the white tampon, great, who cares? But there might be one with the pinstripe. I want to get one of each, because that's just OCD me needing, like, okay, there's 2 different, I'm counting them as one, but it's 2 different swatches. And I mean, I'm not going off into like, well, this Chicago Blackhawks patch has like from the headgear that's got like, it's a rainbow, it's like a Skittles patch, and this one has like a red and yellow. No, that's a different entity all on its own. But if you got basic generic jersey swatches, and there's different color variations of the same card, a base card where it's 2 different, maybe 3 different types of colors, but again, there's nothing saying, okay, this one's to 20, this one's to 80. No, they're all the same on the same baseline. Collector me wants to get one copy of each color just because I'm a freak.
But technically, that would still constitute being unique. It may be the same card, but there is a uniqueness to it because of the varying color of the swatch.
Well, if I had to do that, I would have a lot more by now. First of all, the swatches and the patches, they're all going to be different, obviously. So it's still numbered to, say it's 10.
Mm-hmm.
Still, you're going to have 5 of 10, and you're going to have 10 of 10. Still one. Like the other day, I had a couple cards by a certain seller, and one of the cards he was selling was a Duke patch, and the price was right, so I picked it up too when I bought something else from him, save on shipping and stuff like that. I still only count it as one card. In fact, I won't keep the card. I'll keep the better looking patch that I already had, and I'll move it in a different deal. That's just the way I do things. I don't. I want other collectors to have a chance to have nice too. There's no reason for a hoard. I'll try to get all 10 of that patch.
See, from a patch perspective, of course, all the patches are going to be different. So I would put that in a separate category. And just to correct you, Carlos, I think you mean we're treading into semantics. Spelling error. Sorry. I just had to call him out. I don't get that opportunity very frequently. So from a patch card perspective, I can the whole, if you have 2 of 10 and 5 of 10, that's still one unique.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about serial numbers, but from a jersey swatch perspective, and see, it's one of those in which, in those situations, I can somewhat argue both sides. If you're talking about serial numbers, if it's a jersey numbered to 100, and yes, there's a white and a teal and a pinstripe. That's not unique if it's 50, 75, and 100 of 100. You kind of get where I'm going with that. But if it's something that's not numbered, because when you have that situations and it's not serial numbered, you could technically consider that unique, because that is a variation of the jerseys that were used to produce the card.
Yes.
When you're serial numbers, there is a finite number that you are looking at. And, like I said, from a patch perspective, so even if you go in, the late 90s and you had patch variations that weren't serial numbered, yes, you have different varying patches. I get it. They're not serial numbered, but the patch variation is the patch variation. I don't care if it's a 3-color, a 4-color, a 16-color, a 32-color. It's still one unique card.
We don't have that as much of a problem because most everything is serial numbered now. It's more for the older stuff. They would have that kind of. Yeah, it's just a gray area. I mean, if you had to, of the one, it wouldn't even bother. Like I said, it doesn't bother me what people count at all. I mean, it just, for me, this is my opinion. What makes sense to me. Thank goodness I don't have a whole lot of that problem. For whatever reason, and it's a good reason. Star stuff is all game worn, and they usually didn't make a whole lot of it. There's a lot of it back in the early 2000s, but in mid 2000s too. But they didn't like overproduce and they had like jersey cards were a number out of 100 at most. Patch cards, 3-color anything. Well, it's what I'm going for. If I find a 2-color one versus a 3-color one, and they're still the same numbering, I'm getting the 3-color one. It's just the way it is. And I still don't. That's still one card. And the other one can find a home, and people will enjoy it just as much.
Well, and from the 90s perspective, you see the more varying jersey swatches, it seems. Because I know, like some of the Collector's Edge products, you could have a blue swatch or you could have a white swatch for Terrell Davis. Once I get one, I don't give a shit. To me, it would be an added bonus if I have the white swatch, and if I decided to pick up the blue one. That, to me, that's a bonus. Yes, that increases my total card count, so to speak, but in my way of checklisting things, it's not going to change anything. It's still one card.
I agree. I just don't know. They had this conversation. You haven't seen it, obviously, but it's on Facebook. But I was just like, and I just give the eye roll. I'm like, what? So you can go after this card number to 500 and have all 500 copies and you're calling that 500 different uniques? Well.
Okay, so I'm just going to pose the question because, we do have Carlos in here. I don't know who we still have. Vinny, I still think is here. We all somewhat fit into the typical, stereotypical nomenclature. You like that, Dave? Of a super collector. Okay. So in the mind of a super collector, and this is more geared towards Carlos and Vinny, and if anybody else is in here who falls in that category. Dave, I think, was playing devil's advocate earlier, more so. I could be wrong, but typically he's a purist. As a super collector, would you consider duplicates of the same card as unique from a serial number perspective? I feel like I know the answer. Dave's already shaking his head. Like I said, I think he was playing devil's advocate earlier, but it's more because of his collecting style than it is from
Dave
numbers.
Unique. I don't think I've ever met anybody collect like Dave. It is.
That's true. That's true.
And I learned stuff like you wouldn't believe what he has. I would hate to see where he stores it. That's it has to be. I thought my room was full of cards at one point. The way he goes through his boxes, it amazes me.
Elaborate that on that, Vinny. If you're referring to like the retro variations of magenta, blue, whatever, they're varying serial numbers. So that would be a unique card. So if there's 3 variations, 15, a 5, and a 101, that's 3 unique cards.
To me, it is. That's what I think.
No, when I meant,
It is unique. There is no one I ever met like Dave. Yes, nobody, not even close.
I don't count those like the A&G jerseys or any or even like that. There's an upper deck. I think he's got a couple different upper deck type jerseys. Let's say one was all just a white swatch, and it's numbered to 33. Then there's like one with a couple pinstripes through it. It's the same card. I count it as the same card, but me just being hyper particular. Yeah. Trying to get every possible. It's like a combination.
And much them together and say, this one's different from this one, only in this aspect, but they look beautiful next to each other.
Well, yeah, there's I think, and I'd have to look. I think it's 2010, Allen and Ginter, and I've got a white, a pinstripe for whatever reason. And again, it's not just from one seller. I mean, I picked them all up from different sellers. God, what would it have been within probably like 2 or 3 months? And I mean, this wasn't just like, okay, here's somebody in Fresno, here's somebody in San Jose, here's somebody in like Needles, like High Desert, California, whatever. It was everywhere that they put out. They had chopped up a piece of like the logo tag and put those on the Allen and Ginter jersey, the piece on there. So I'm like, well, now I got to try to go for all those. And again, and then I've got a buttonhole part of the jersey too. And just a regular, it's not numbered to 5 or anything special, but there are 4 different patches or swatches for different reasons, but it's one card counted in the whole collection. But because it's I'm seeing something different because that's what I'm seeing. It's not like it's a figment of my imagination or some sort of hook and ladder, hook and by crook thing. I want to get every variation I can. If there's a black jersey and I didn't know about it, well, I want that piece too, because again, I'm insane when it comes to Josh Johnson. And we've all been privy to this knowledge for quite some time. So anytime I can find them, I've done that with Northcutt too, like the Black Diamond 2000 rookie. I've got a brown jersey. I've got a 3-color patch with the orange and the white with the brown. I've got a white and brown. I've got a white. I've got basically an orange and brown. It's one card when I start going through the collection, but it's 5 visually different cards, but it's still just the one towards the actual number.
So Vinny agrees.
Yeah.
So Vinny agrees with us. And he did bring up the one-off type situation. PMGs, it is different the way that they design that whole thought process. So from that perspective, it may be within the same print run of 150. However, it is 3 different cards. Or from a football, perspective, it's 2 in 97.
That's
you have.
I agree with that. I totally agree, because it's just the way that they made it back then. It wasn't. They weren't thinking like, well, we're gonna fool these guys. No. There was multiple different PMGs. So,
so it qualifies from the unique perspective.
For me, it would. That would be like the exception to the rule. I mean, it's not like I follow these. I made up these rules. It's just, for me, it's visually. It's almost like chasing a rainbow when the rainbows weren't rainbows. So yeah, I would probably want one of the. Yeah, if I was chasing them, yes. But thank goodness there's not a whole lot of that, or you have to like make exceptions. But
Right.
there's no really rhyme or reason, no rules to collecting. If you want to collect that certain way, go for it.
Well, see, here's another prime example. And I've tried to look for something on this forever. And it seems to not exist, which, wouldn't surprise me. 1997 Motion Vision.
Oh,
Terrell Davis has an autograph.
really?
And yeah, it's on the back.
Because I don't even remember, like, really?
Drew Bledsoe has one. Dave has it. That was included in one of the trades that he got. But it was only those two players, if I'm not mistaken. There was only 2 or 3, and I think there was only 2 in that set. Now, I'm referring to Series 1, I believe. Series 2 might have been different. Yep, that's the one. I didn't know if they did
That's cool.
autographs in Series 2, but the autograph is on the back. And this goes with the example. It's in silver Sharpie, silver paint pen. So I have the Terrell Davis, of course, but I have 2 different ones. I have one signed in silver and I have one signed in gold. Now, I don't know if there's an actual variation. I haven't been able to find anything to see if there's, if let's say it was limited to 100 copies, if the first 10 were signed in gold and the remaining 90 were signed in silver. So for me, until I can find some sort of distinction, yes, they are unique in a sense. However, it only counts as one card when it comes to my unique number of autographs, because it is the same card and it's not serial numbered. And yes, there is a uniqueness to it, but there's nothing stated as to whether or not there was a set number of gold and a set number of silver.
I just had a similar situation in the Spectrum Hall of Fame set where the Curtis Martin came out just in this last release in the Jets uniform, and he signed a lot of it in black ink. But I just ran across a couple, maybe one, that he did sign it in blue ink. I still only consider it one card, even though I have some different ones. I have the different inscriptions. The Curtis Martin, when he was released early on 2014 as a Patriot, I've seen at least 3 of them that he inscribed his jersey number. Otherwise, it's just Curtis Martin is the autograph. There's nothing else. I think those are unique to the set, but I still would only need one. I don't have that Curtis Martin number with his jersey number in the Patriots card. And if I have a Curtis Martin in the Jets in the black ink, but I wouldn't go out and get the blue ink unless my autograph is bubbly, and that's quality stuff. But if I found one that had a better autograph and it was that blue ink, I only keep still one. I just keep the better looking one, I appeal one. But I like the Willie Roaf that I just picked up. The only one I've ever seen with the Hall of Fame inscription. It's unique. It has a great story, but I don't need a one that's not inscribed. I wouldn't go and pick up another one.
Well, you're starting to get into semantics though when you start looking at it from an inscription perspective though too. I mean that's where the topic can get really debated, because yes, it is a unique quality, and that's where the separation needs to come into play. If you're talking about counts, unique counts is one thing. Unique as it pertains to the qualities of the card is another topic of conversation.
Gotcha.
At least that's the way I'm trying to separate the two.
Okay.
Which is why I brought up the Motion Vision autograph. I have one silver, one gold. It's one unique autograph as far as the counts are concerned in my mind, unless I can find something that says X number were signed in gold, X number were signed in silver. Then if that's the case, it is a variation, so therefore it is 2.
Right. And I don't need, at this point, if being as old as it is, I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that. So, I mean, it's pretty much in your PC going to be, boy, I would have a hard time not separating something that rare. If you're saying what you're saying it is, they don't show up, and you will never know unless like a bunch of them show up how many are in silver and how many are in in gold. I'm just not your information for all these years. You know you're going to kind of have an idea of how many have come through in each color, right? Or you just
it's one of those in which a lot of that stuff I pass over because I already have it in the collection, so it's not of interest. I've only seen the one.
Okay.
And it was, I happened to stumble across it and was like, that's odd. So of course I went and looked for mine, and I'm like, that's different. Why not?
Oh, if it's such a, and you guys have been collecting so long, you in your searches you run across these things every so often. If you only seen it once, it's a good indicator that that it has some kind of rarity to it.
And that's the assumption. To me, there has to be, there's a reason as to why. Because to me that seems extremely odd. Now, Dave, it's one of those in which you probably haven't seen Bledsoe motion vision very frequently. I knew it existed because those were the only 2 autographs I remember from said set. Mm-hmm. So they don't pop very often. So to me, it could be something as, 10 of them were signed. There's not a stated print run either, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have my Beckett in front of me. Mm-hmm. Dave, you'd have to prove me wrong by looking if you had it or have it nearby.
Which I don't think I do.
So and that's the one disadvantage to some of the 90s stuff. Some of that information is available, but it's all based on what the manufacturer is willing to provide as far as the basis for that information. And I've done searches. I haven't gone to, any like news groups or, blogs or, anything along those lines to see, and pose the question, does anybody have the information? And maybe it's because I guess I care, but at the same time, I don't.
To have something that old and be autographed in the first place is a miracle in itself. And to have it show up, that kind of stuff is crazy to me.
Well, Terrell Davis motion vision show up actually more frequently than what you think, because I think that the print run for those were a lot higher than, let's say, the Bledsoe, for instance. I think the Bledsoe was a lot shorter print run, even though I have nothing to back that up. It's an assumption. Not that I go look for Bledsoe autographs very frequently, but knowing Dave has always been a Bledsoe guy and he hasn't seen them frequently, that to me either indicates one of 2 things. Either not a lot of them got pulled, or there's just not a lot of them out there.
Yeah, and then there's not a lot of people that are showing the backs of those cards, and some of the people that pulled those cards probably don't even know it had any chance of being autographed.
It's possible.
On the back, they wouldn't know it until they pulled it out again, and it could have been just recently. So, yeah, I mean,
I know they were tough as hell pulls. I mean, you're talking like even higher than the Gold Star Redemptions, if I'm not mistaken, from a pack pull ratio perspective.
Remember the Reggie White autos out of 92 Fleer Ultra? I don't know how many times I opened packs of that. I've never pulled one of those, but you see multiple here and there. They're a little more popular now because he's passed, but it's Eagles uniform. But I remember trying to get those. Those were, we opened pack after pack, and they just did. And there was like, how many different versions of autographs of that? Because they had
Probably 10 or 12.
Yeah, and to have just 2 cards in a set with only like, you have to think 15 or less of the ones that you guys are looking at. That's yeah. There couldn't have been. If one showed up, you'd have to have a party, I think.
I was happy to get mine in the trade I did, which I still, again, in a few weeks we'll do more of a 2020 review, but again, for all the bad that's happened this year, there's been a lot hobby-wise that's been good, where there's been, I can't even, I bet you the last 5 years combined haven't been as good as this year.
I would agree.
Michael Phillips, I told him the same thing the other day. I says, as shitty as this year has been, your collection has just kaboomed in finding the rarity that he's always wanted.
Yep.
I totally agree. And this year has far exceeded my expectations of finding stuff. People are out there selling it now.
There is a positive aspect to the influx of investors, flippers. That's part of it. But at the same time, because of financial struggles for others, which is the downside of it,
yep,
they're having to liquidate some of their stuff, which is a positive for those of us that are looking for it and buying it. It's the whole circumstances surrounding it is the part that sucks.
Yes. And if it takes them selling a card and me paying for it to get them the money they need, then I'm happy to pay for it. That's the way it goes sometimes. I know I've ever gotten a financial struggle, and I'd be selling stuff too, and I would not feel bad about it because cards are a hobby. But if I lose my job tomorrow, believe me, I'm going to be selling cards if I need money, and that'd be okay with me. It's almost like having a little bank account over here, except for you got to do the full work.
That's why I always say, as a collector, we are technically long-term investors. Let's be realistic. Yes, this is a hobby. We are collectors, but in the scheme of things, we are long-term investors. Because at some point, whether it be us when we're older or, when we're 6 feet underground, and whoever ends up, getting said collection through, a will or whatever, most likely they're going to sell it. So we may not be able to reap the profits or the benefits or anything, or reap the reward, so to speak, but somebody else will. So
I've already made plans on what I'm gonna, if I'm going to give this to a close relative, the stipulation is you can sell everything but the Bart Starr collection. Keep that going until there's no other possible way that you can make it without selling it. I'd love to have that, like someone have it in the family 100 years after I'm gone, 200 years after I'm gone. Is it feasible? Probably not. Someone's going to need the money at some point. But
but at the same time, they have no money in it. So it's one of those in which you would hope that if it's something that you're bequeathing to somebody in your family, and those were your wishes, that they would, fulfill those wishes after you're gone, so to speak. Because who knows what the hobby would be like in that time frame. Maybe cards no longer exist. Maybe there's just the whole market just disappears, and then all of a sudden, you have individuals like us who have bequeathed stuff to family and haven't sold any stuff come out of the woodwork, and they're the next multimillionaires because there is nothing. You kind of get where I'm going with this.
Yeah. I don't. I thought about it, and it's nice to think about someone that would respect my wishes enough to keep it. But if it came down to where it would change the family that owned it, their lifestyle, I would be okay with it, I guess.
Well, you're dead. You're dead, so it doesn't matter. I hate to say it like that, but at the end of the day, when we're 6 feet underground, or in an urn, or whatever the choices may be, who cares?
The thing is, I might change my mind. I'm saying, when I turn 60, I'm selling everything. I don't know what I'm gonna do 5 minutes from now, a year from now, whatever. I might find it the funnest thing in the world is to, after I'm retired from my job, is to go around to card shows and start selling my stuff. It might be fun to me then, but I can't speak for what I'm going to be thinking 20 years from now or 18 years from now. I don't know what I'm going to be thinking then.
Well, no, I mean, it's one of those in which we always want to try and look towards the future and, set goals for the future, so to speak, but that's not something that typically is in your top list of what do you want to do in 5 years, what do you want to do in 10 years type situation.
I'll be retired. Will I be too bored? I mean, I find this fun to start selling it. I don't know. I got other things that I have interest in, so thank goodness that it's not the only. I find it when my dad passed last year, and his hobby was to build things. I was working on 3 garages. I wish he had something that he could have done. The guy was just never stopped working. I said, why don't you find something that's more relaxing and fun for you to do at any point here. I wish he had something like that, and he just never had an interest in it. So I don't want to be. I want to be able to have something to do after I'm retired, and every day. But I also noticed myself getting in a rut of having only cards for a while, so I got myself an automobile. So I think that to have multiple interests is a good thing. I wish a lot of people wouldn't just super hyper focus on one thing, because, like I said, we might have to lose it if something goes wrong in my life. I might lose the cards and have to sell them. I better have something else planned.
Yeah.
It's for when I retire. I'm working everything for the retirement age. My future plan is to be nice and relaxed when I'm retired, not have to worry about a darn thing.
That's what we all hope for.
And I've seen it where it's not good for some people, and I just don't want. I want to be able, when I'm that age, just to reach in my pocket and still find $5. That's all I really care about. But I don't want money to be a worrisome problem. Because when my dad did retire, he retired at 57. He died at 67. He had 10 years to do what he wanted to do, and it doesn't seem long enough. So when I retire, I'm going to start doing things that I couldn't do before. Like right now, I am not. There's no time to wait. So this might not be an interest for me at that point. So,
well, and like you always say, or it's hard to know what things are going to be like 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. With the way things are these days, and just the craziness of 2020, for instance, who knows what frickin' tomorrow holds? I mean, let's be realistic. And this year is a prime example of that. Did we ever in a million years think that in this day and age, with the improvements from a medical perspective and things along those lines, that we would be dealing with the pandemic of this caliber? here in our backyard. Nobody would have predicted that. It just, life is unpredictable, and that's how we kind of deal with things. Hope I didn't run him off by what I said.
Taking my medicine.
Oh, it's one of those. So I obviously reminded you to do something in what I said. Then
terrible allergies.
It's the whole it's the uncertainty. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings. Period. No matter if it's 2020 or 2018, back when it was 2018. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings. So to a certain degree, you have to live each day like it's your last, and hope that your planning, allows you to consistently live to where, you get to retire and things along those lines. But at the same time, we don't know.
Yeah, I found out that this hobby, if you don't have any money, you're not going to last long. You got to have some kind of fun. I don't have any kids or a wife. I am fortunate to be able to buy the things I have. If I had kids to take care of, this thing would be highly secondary. And I find myself thinking about that a lot. I'm like, well, I have this money. I got a really decent job for around the area here. It's for this area. It's low cost of living, and I make a pretty good wage for around this area. So I have this money. My mom calls me independently wealthy. I just don't spend money on things that things are foolish. Most of my money is like in cards and in my car and in my property. That's about it. I don't really, money. I tuck money away. So
now wait, Joey. People would argue that soaking money into cards is foolish.
It is foolish. It absolutely is, because you're putting it into a piece. If you try to tell a layman that knows nothing about cards, what do? Well, I collect sports cards. You buy cardboard? Yes.
Yes, but it's all about in the explanation.
Right.
Just tell them you're expanding your portfolio.
It is.
If you talk it like stocks, you're expanding your portfolio. It's no different than going into collectibles, whether it be silver, coins, stamps.
Right. I'm starting to get into that too, so that's kind of fun.
But comics, collectible card games. I mean, the list goes on and on.
I've been doing I want to start metal detecting. I mean, I have like a list of things that I've always wanted to try and expand my horizons a little bit. I don't always want this to be the be all end all, but this is always be number one. Because when you're a collector at heart, you're always a collector. It doesn't matter what it is. Some people just don't have that mindset all the time, or it's not their thing. But if you're a collector, and all of us know, if we didn't do this, we'd be collecting something else. There's no doubt about it.
Or others would call us hoarders. I mean, let's be realistic.
I collect cards instead of memorabilia because it saved more space. That's all. That is the only one. Because if I had memorabilia, I would have it I have closets full. I tried to stay away from it. It was all about having. Oh, this thing only takes up this much room. I can deal with that. Yeah, I don't. I was collecting teapots. I don't. That's harder to collect. That's why coins are so nice. They're tiny. They're only this big. You're okay. It's not like I collect rare coins or anything. I do looking. You ever see silver hunting through bankrolls?
I know of it. So I used to work in retail. Retail's a bad term. I used to work in fast food management in my earlier years, and I would always look through the till
for silver
and swap out any silver because it would happen.
Oh, absolutely.
And I would give it to my grandfather because my grandfather was a coin collector. So it was one of those in which, now I don't know what money he made when he sold his collection before he passed or anything along those lines. I know he divvied up money and gave it to, my mom and my aunt, and then all us older children. We got a portion of it. He kept some of it. My stepdad ended up purchasing some of it, and other stuff he like gave away. But it was one of those in which I always made sure I looked through the till.
Yeah.
Always.
I check my change every time I put it away. I don't just grab it and look at it when I get it. I just, if I have some change in my pocket, before I put it in the bank, I make sure it's not silver and get, because it's the one time like, oh, that's a silver quarter. No shit. I'm putting that to the side because a silver quarter really it's only worth about $3 or so now. But still you're like, oh, put that aside. It's precious metal. I don't know. It's just another thing that doesn't cost you anything to coin roll hunt. I bought the easiest way to coin roll hunt, and I found, because they're large, the $50. I don't have to squint at dimes or anything like that, but I'll buy like $500 worth of $50, and you don't lose anything because if you don't find anything, you bring them back to the bank, and you still have the money you put into it. So it's not something I do often, but I found if I had more time, that I would probably get more involved in. But metal detecting is always something I wanted to try, but just to get started in that kind of hobby, you have to have a whole bunch of equipment. You're like,
Yeah.
It's
that initial investment.
It's like $1,000 just to get the stuff to get started. I'm just like, well, it's not something I'd probably want to do on my own all the time. I would like to have like a partner or two, to go around and make it fun. But it's something I always thought about. Plus it gets you out there doing stuff outdoors. I'm outdoors a lot right now, but I'm saying if I retired, that's a great thing to keep you active. So
yeah, my wife and I paintball.
There's a whole bunch of different hobbies.
And I also play disc golf. Now that's a me thing. My brother-in-law and I, but I
around here too. As a college, we had ultimate frisbee, and I treated that as I was pro. It's one of my favorite things that intramural sports in college. I'm like, I lived for it. But ultimate frisbee, I was like, there's one thing I could do in this world at the time. Before that, I was only a track runner, but I was a younger man in high school. And I found ultimate frisbee, and I could really wing a frisbee. That's one thing I can really do.
Not the same, but on the same lines.
Right.
That's pretty cool though. It's one of those in which, I've played disc golf on and off since I was 13 years old, and that's a fairly inexpensive hobby.
Right.
Now, it is one of those in which, if you're playing it right, you got to have your driver, your mid range, and your putter and that type of stuff. It's no different than playing golf. And discs run anywhere between $8 and $17, depending on condition and brand and everything else. So it can get a little pricey from an initial investment perspective. $100, $150 type situation if you don't have anything. But that's still minimal compared to if you happen to enjoy playing golf. Golf, you're into the thousands.
And golf for me, I don't know how people have fun playing golf.
I don't get it.
My grandpa built a golf course, and that's how he made his money. That's how our family was made. And to get me on a golf course to say, here, go enjoy yourself, I'm gonna be like, no way, I'm Polish. I don't have any patience for golf. It's such a hard game. It was one of the most difficult games I've ever tried. And I'm like, you have to spend hours on your swing. It's not just something you're going to pick up and be great at. Never, ever. And I'm just like, nah. This is
Yeah, and playing baseball and softball doesn't transfer into golf.
it pisses me off way too much to try to be like good at golf. And it was just, and you're like, you're running the family to go golfing. I'm like, I hate this sport. It's too frustrating. You know, it's not. Yeah, I watch these golfers on TV, and these pro golfers, and I'm just like, you might see it, and you see it every weekend or a U.S. Open or whatever it is, and you're like, yeah, that shot was pretty crappy. I'm like, if I got it that darn close on my second turn, I'd be having a party. These guys are so talented. I mean, to be so precise. I got an appreciation for golf, watching it. Not much of like I would turn it on all the time. But I did. I'm like, you don't know how talented these guys are. These people are out there. I also got an appreciation for soccer the same way. But the only thing I don't like about soccer is the flopping. I'm like, what are these guys doing? You know, I know they have to. It's like basketball flopping, where everyone's flailing their arms and stuff like that. They kind of do it in the NFL now too. But when someone hits the ground, soccer, I'm just like, oh, they're grabbing their shin or whatever.
They only do that in the pros. just saying. I played soccer most of my childhood. I played all the way until I was 13, and there was not such a thing as flopping. Usually, if you went down, there was a reason you went down.
Spikes or something, you know, yeah.
A massive kick to the shin, a freaking kick in the nuts, and that I can't tell you how many times that ever happened. That is not a pleasant feeling. Or, you know, jumping up to go for a header and bonk heads at full force and full speed. They're from a recreational and like a high school sport perspective, flopping isn't a thing. Maybe that's what they teach in college or something, and then into the pros. But that's not a normal thing.
Yeah, but I do have appreciation of what people can do with that soccer ball. But I'm a sports guy. I mean, I don't sit there and go and turn on tennis, but I do appreciate what they can do with a darn tennis ball, because there's no way in hell that I could even come close to replicating what they do on a tennis court. That's why they're pros. They spent their entire life training for one thing, and to become great at it, at one certain thing, is impressive to me, no matter what it is.
Well, professional athletes, and it just there. And I'm with you. There's always an appreciation. You're not going to watch me sitting here watching golf. Almost sounds like you're trying to like get something out of your throat. I can watch tennis. I grew up watching tennis with my grandmother. She was a tennis fanatic. So, you know, I have more appreciation from a tennis perspective because I watched a crap ton of it and I knew a lot of the players and everything else. Golf was never a thing for me, but I'm with you. I do have an appreciation for the dedication, and I don't want to call it athleticism because, you know, I have a hard time calling a golfer an athlete, because if you really think about it, you can drink beer while playing golf, and kind of hard to. Yes, there is some sort of athleticism to it, I guess, but you know, they're not running, they're not kicking, they're not swinging, they're not throwing.
Bowling.
You kind of.
Bowling is so much fun, but I wouldn't call any of those people an athlete. What they're doing is the same, trying to replicate a motion over and over again and learning oil patterns.
But it is a good exercise.
It is.
I will say it is good exercise.
I wouldn't call them like a superb athlete in any sort of sense. They just have a different dedication where they don't have to run 3 miles to do their job. You know, it's different. But I do appreciate bowling. It's totally different now. If you have an appreciation for what these guys do, there's a lot of people that don't even have their fingers in the bowling holes anymore, in the bowling ball hole. They're just winging it like you used to play around.
I don't bowl that way. But I can spin it.
So could I. I worked at a bowling alley for 6.5 years just because the first 2 years of it I was in college, and then I decided to never leave because I loved working there so much. And I just did it as a side kind of a thing to make extra money in. But I just learned how to do it on my own.
Yeah.
But I have an appreciation for what those guys can do. The speed that they can put on something and to find to be as precise as they are. There's a lot to say about what people can. People are amazing.
Yep.
People do amazing things every single day, and I think that being good at one thing is actually exceptional. And ever see these people that do something well, whatever it is, you're like, wow, they took a lot of time to do this one certain thing, like, or to juggle. It's a lot of practice to do something like that, to juggle certain things, heavy things, or whatever it is. The people that take the time out to their lives to learn a special skill, not something I would be doing a whole lot, That if you have my time is spent like doing this stuff. Their time is spent on doing
learning and perfecting and everything else. It's a different level of dedication, that's for sure.
They gotta take their whole life and make it that job. That's incredible. Yeah. And that's why I appreciate why I collect sports cards, because every one of these players, they might be the worst player like in the NFL, but they were great somewhere in college, and in high school they dominated everybody.
It's still that percentage. It's that top 1% or make it to the pros. It's no different than any other professional sports. Baseball, basketball, hockey. It just the percentage chance of making it is saying something.
I always look at those like Nathan Peterman. I always, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook, but Everett would just like trash this guy on Facebook all the time. I'm like, he's Nathan Peterman. He still made it to the NFL. Give the guy a break. He had a terrible career. Yes, he had 6 interceptions in one game or something like that, but he still made it. He made it to the NFL. There's something to be said for that. There's no reason to slam a guy for making it that far. I don't know. I know he was just trying to make fun of people, but I just never understood it. I'm like, I would be happy to be in that guy's shoes, to make it that far, and even have a chance, to throw a pass NFL or
sniff what are you talking about? Sniff the bench. Just be a freaking bench warmer, says something, or be on the practice squad. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's still saying something.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm like, how can you not appreciate this guy? Yes, he had a shit career, but he made it.
Yep. But that's the glass half full approach, and that's where the appreciation for the love of sports though comes into play. Yes, there are sucky players. And some of them don't last a long time. But the fact that they were there says something. Somebody saw something, a quality or whatever, that gave them that shot and that opportunity to do something that a lot of youth, children who go into sports only hope to sniff.
Yeah, and
so you're right. It is saying something.
Some of them make them really far, and they be like undrafted free agents. They got to go and prove themselves and stuff like that. Those are just kind of stories that just are awesome to me. When someone has to overcome all the odds and still make it, that's amazing. But I tell you what, guys, I have to really get to bed. I have to go work in the morning, so I'm gonna get out of here.
So does Dave.
I'm going to be up in like 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Well, you might as well not even go to bed then, Dave.
No, it'll be quick. I'm going to be out like a light.
Yeah, me too. So I'm going to get going. Nice talking to you guys.
Have a good one, Joey.
Take care, Joey.
We'll talk soon.
All right. So before we sign off, Dave, because I'll let you close off. For the few remaining folks that are still here, 6, because I can't count myself. The comments have been quite delayed as of late. I think people are falling asleep. So I'm going to use this time to let everybody know I am now on Instagram. However, I'm not going to tell you my handle. And Dave, neither are you. I have not posted anything. I haven't updated anything just yet. But I shouldn't be too hard to find. So just throwing that out there, since everybody was giving me shit about not being on Instagram, I'm now there.
Tis true. I can confirm these rumors.
All you have to do is go find Dave and go look through his, and I won't be that hard to find. Just saying.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul, for joining as always.
Yeah, we got through a couple. I mean, like I said at the beginning, like Carlos has alluded to, with a comment or two.
12.
This will be like a 30-part series about pet peeves in the hobby, pet peeves in general. The things. It's the old Peter Griffin Family Guy. What grinds your gears? I mean, you can sit there and talk about it for days, and we'll get to another episode, but I don't think that'll be until the new year when we can start off fresh with crabbiness and.
Is that right, Carlos? Is that right? Are you sure?
We didn't get to it at the beginning, so we'll get to it at the end. Anything new in the mail?
No. I showed it all off.
Have you made?
For those who have watched the video.
Have you messaged anyone about?
No. I'm still waiting because there's been no traction on the tracking as of late. So it's one of those in which it's in transit, but where it's coming from, I mean, I expect delays. I may get a burr in my ass sooner than later before the end of the year and say, hey, just FYI, because the tracking for the one that I did get still shows that it's in Fort Worth. It was delivered, 2 weeks ago or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll probably end up saying something before the end of the year and see what comes out of it. But I'm still hoping to be able to get those shipments in, especially the one.
Yeah, that'd be nice to get it in. Well, at least before Christmas, and then you could still technically. And again, it's not like you're gonna be like, "Oh man, I got these before the end of the year," so they constitute that. Or no, these are after the beginning of the new year. They constitute that year. I know you're not that tight, but at the same time, you want to get something you paid for in a semi-timely fashion and show them off, add them or check them off the checklist, and then file them away. And that's again one less thing to have not hovering over you, because again, it's not something that's a negative, but
again, I can't mark them off. I can't mark them off until I have them. So
that's the problem.
Yep, and I want to be able to include at least a couple from that in the 2020 highlight reel, so to speak, as we get closer to the end of December, because there's 2 big ones, and so one's a big one from a serial number perspective, if it is in fact
what it is,
what they say it is. Pretty sure it is. The other one is a big one, for sure. So I want to be able to include that in the highlights for 2020. I can technically still include it because it was purchased in 2020, but I want to be able to show it off in 2020 if I can. If not, it's going to be something that carries over into the new year. I just hope it doesn't get to that point because then we're looking at 2 months transit time.
Yeah, when something that was a one card purchase was a couple weeks, week and a half.
Yeah, the one that came in damaged, I think I got in a little over 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
And then the big one was shipped prior to that, and that one still isn't here. That's the thing that I don't understand. I don't get it. Actually, I only have 2 unless you just went and followed me. I haven't gotten any notifications, so speaking of which, I need to make sure I set my alarm so I get up in the morning. Might want to do that.
Yeah, mine didn't go off this morning. I'm going to check for one card. Thankfully, by you saying
there's the notification from Paul.
So it begins. I don't know why. So
I told you I wouldn't be that hard to find.
No, it's not. Which is good because again, that's why I sort of want to change mine. Change the name of the YouTube channel to match up with Instagram, just to have. Cardboard Underground had messaged me this morning about color guards. And again, I know it's hockey, and I know you know more about it than I, but and I told him, yeah, it's an acetate because I think whatever the one he was looking at had the dummy or whatever. I've had it here all night. There it is.
Oh, behind it.
We had it like that, so it's like I don't know exactly what the material is, but it is acetate. And again, I think they have a promo for like everything. So I mean, that's.
Yeah, I could tell by looking at it that it was acetate.
So I just wanted to make sure.
That's a cool card.
Of course, unfortunately, if he's going to watch the whole podcast, wait till just under 5 hours to see that card, and I don't know how thrilled he'll be. But I wanted to make sure that he didn't message me early this morning when I was just about going to work, I think. So I was like, well, I tried to explain it to him, but instead of tonight, I'd show it to him. And so I held up my end of the bargain.
Yeah, but at least you could also tell him what to look for. So, 455. So
yeah, 55 seconds in, then watch from there on out.
It's been a while since we've gone this long. But then again, we had quite a few pop in this evening. I had a feeling I knew who you were referring to for both this evening. Mark was unexpected. But cool.
Yeah, I had him, I think 2 weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, when Bob was on and Matt was on. I'd sent it to Mark too. I said, if you want to jump on, I'm fine. I'm sure Steve will be surprised, but I'm sure he'll be fine with it too. Just to.
Yeah, it also wasn't on a Friday night.
That wouldn't matter with me either. I still got to work Saturday.
Oh, do you?
Same time.
I don't. Ugh.
Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I start at 5. I'm scheduled 5 to 1, but I'm usually there 4:30, and walking to work. I'm usually leaving the house by 10 after 4.
So I'm willing to bet you we could go over 5.5 hours if you didn't have to go to work.
Yeah, that would.
Because we've had phone conversations longer than that podcast. Just throwing that out there. Everybody thought I was going to say the other word. Tricked you.
This is true. Yeah, there's the Wednesdays after. It's usually good because we get freight tonight. So in the morning, I'll have probably 2 pallets worth of frozen stuff. Break it down, then send it over. I'll put some in the deli because they order stuff. Meat department will have their stuff. Break that down, fill up the shelf. It'll probably be like 8:30ish, 9. By the time I'm done with that, then I've got to do a milk order. I don't think what else I've got. And then I got to wait for an order from an outside vendor to come in. And so usually there's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I just tinker with the freezer and make sure it's up to snuff where I like it, organized. So I mean, the days go by, but man, it's
once you get closer to that off time, it's like, oh shit.
Well, yeah, it's like once I hit noon, I'm like, fuck, 1 o'clock can't come quick enough. You're coming because it's just like you're sitting there. And like, okay, I've got most everything done. I just gotta wait for this other team to get here. Why the hell aren't they here? And then they'll be here at like 1:15, and I'll be like, so that's another half hour to go through that stuff, and then you're pushing 2 o'clock, and by that time you don't even know where you're going. But yeah, I feel a nap will be coming into play tomorrow. Naomi can just sit and watch TV or something, or play on her phone, or just do something because I'm like, I won't even know where I'm supposed to sit down.
Well, I'll make sure I won't text you during your nap time then.
Oh, don't worry about that. I never have any of that stuff on. It's not even on vibrate. I don't. So that's why sometimes people get lucky if they're like, if you're like, hey man, what this price on this? Have you seen this? Usually I'm checking my phone every like 5-10 minutes anyway, but yeah, I hate notifications and buzzers and dings and all that ring chimes.
Oh, I get it. My cell phone's my alarm clock, but once I'm asleep, you can forget it.
Yeah.
I slept through freaking 116 rounds of gunfire right outside my window when I was a kid. I could sleep through anything. I'm just saying. Yes, I said at that time. That'll be another topic of conversation. Crazy stories from my childhood.
I believe people don't want to hear. I don't have many, so that'd be an
Well,
episode you can carry.
that's only the only story I got. That's just unusual.
Oh, there was a fire, I think, a block away, and at the time, another coworker lived basically the block across. He's like, "Did you hear the fire alarm or the fire whistles this morning?" No. It's like, how did you not hear it? It was like 3 agencies responded. Like, I don't know what's sleeping.
Because I was sleeping. What else do you think I was doing?
Plus, I've got the fan going all the time too, so that's
So do I.
for me. I need white noise. I can't have creaks and cracks and whatever the hell you hear at night. I do not want to hear any of that stuff.
Yeah, my wife swears up and down she has to have the TV on.
Ooh.
No, I can't do that. There's times in which I'll fall asleep or whatever, and she'll have the TV on, and I'll wake up because the TV's still on, and I have to turn it off.
Or a light. There's times when I'm falling asleep with a light on, but then wake up and I'm like, turn it off and back to sleep I go. But yeah, I can't. It's not something that's going to help you.
No, drives me nuts. But the fan, gotta have the fan. I don't care if it's 20 degrees outside. I still got the fan on.
Oh, I've had that for probably since I was 14. For 26 years.
Yeah,
I can't.
was gonna say I could probably relate to that from an age perspective.
I'm like, I can't. I need that thing on. I need the white noise. And half the time, it's sort of pointed away. I'd like to catch a little breeze, but otherwise,
Oh no, mine's right in my face.
It used to be for me. I mean, it used to be like basically at the end of the bed, full bore. So I mean, but now it's, yeah, I need a little bit. That's it. So we've eclipsed a new record for the length, and I think we did pretty well. I want to thank
Yeah,
Joey.
let's not try and push the 5 hours 38 minutes.
No,
At least not tonight.
Yeah, not tonight. Leave that to Carlos. Maybe down the road we'll come up with some strategery and try to blow that out of the water. I want to thank Joey, Birdcat8, Bob Lewis, and then Mark, Stofe Investor on YouTube. Well, that's all their handles. We got Joey still in the bottom because I had figured from the communication, because I think Bob had said that, well, after I get done with Matt yesterday, which he thought he was going to go on today for that, that he quickly came to the realization he was a day off, but to have all those guys on, it's fun. I really like it too. It just, we don't mind carrying the conversation. Obviously, though, it helps. You guys see some different people on. I mean, basically everybody that's watching knows of the people that are going to be on here.
Yep.
It's not like I'm pulling people out of like a closet or out of a ditch or something where nobody's ever seen or heard of them before. Ed, at some point, we want to get you on there too. I want to get.
We'll have to have Carlos back too at some point. Maybe. Yeah, we'll have to seriously consider that one.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have people on, but I want to mix and match though. I like that. I don't want it to be like the same people on all the time. With the same people, I want to have the varying, because again, like we've said too, this year you tell me in January 1st, be like the end of the year, you're gonna have all these new guys you're either subscribed to or really interacting a lot with, where it's starting to feel like an old blog.
Yep. Agreed.
So I just be like, no, I tell you fuck off, and then you're full of shit. But I mean, it all started with burning some cards and finding Carlos then, and starting to collect a little more hockey, and then Matt jumped aboard there, and then just snowballed from there.
Yep.
So,
and we will have a guest next week, but we're not going to say who.
Yeah, that'll be a surprise. So
be ready. So for those who were planning maybe not to attend, you will not want to miss next week.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I don't know how long we'll go. It won't be 5 hours. I know that. It might not even be 4 hours because we're. There'll be nothing said. There'll be no bingo cards or prop bets or any of that. But you got anything else?
Nope.
Again, thank our guys tonight, our guests, Joey, Birdcat8, Bob of Bob Lewis, Mark of whatever consonants he had after his name and his Sherlock Holmes. You could tell he was tired, but
yeah,
I'm glad he came on. Go check their channels out. Go look at their Instagrams. I don't know if Mark's on there. He might be.
I don't know.
But I don't think he does much on there. Bob does, and Joey does. So take a peek. Again, if they're on here, you're watching us. They're basically the same people with a lot less swearing. So
there wasn't much swearing tonight.
Yeah, again, we tried to keep it some PG-13, some adult situations. So, he's Steve. I'm Dave. Remember, collecting cards, that's absolutely great, and building that collection up. Building the friendships and relationships, that's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.